Honorable members, when the House suspended, we were at second readings. I assume we are all ready to begin. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. No. You want the second one? Yeah. I assume we are ready to begin. As many? For the second readings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $376,325,253 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year 30th of June 2026. Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. Appropriation Capital Development 2025-2026 Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $376,325,253 towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2026.
For the second readings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Conveyancing and Property Act. Second. No, I'm just saying I don't know it all. You all have it.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A business license amendment number 2 bill. How we get this mixed? The Conveyance and Law of Property Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Noted. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Conveyancing of Law of Property Act.
For the second readings, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Business License Act. Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. The Business License Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the
Rashad.
Business License Act.
Further second readings?
Mr. Deputy Speaker,
You can give it to me.
I move for the
You
second
want me to-
reading
let me-
and
let me pick it
committal
up. Yeah.
of a bill for an act to amend the Statute of Frauds Act.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. Statute of Frauds Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Noted. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Statute of Frauds Act.
Further second readings?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for Customs Management Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Noted. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Further second reading of bills?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. The Tariff Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Further second reading of bills?
Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
You got it in line now? Okay, good. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. The Stamp Amendments Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Further second reading of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. The Value Added Tax Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Noted. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Further second readings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. The Tax Appeal Commission Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that this bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act.
Further second reading of bills. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. The Excise Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
For the second reading of bills, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move for the second reading and committal of a bill for an act to establish a business development incentives
That's number
program
11.
to provide financial incentives to eligible licensees for the purposes
1301, maintenance of support. In 23-24, that was just over 500,000 at 569,429. Approved estimates for 24-25, almost $500,000 increase at $1,019,000, and the estimates for 25-26 increased by another $200,000 to $1,219,000. What are these maintenance and support increases for, and who has the contracts?
This, you're talking about the item that ends 301? Yeah. That's for maintenance and support for ongoing implementation of the civil registry and the case management systems.
Line item ending in 337. Operation of facilities and other services. It's gone up almost by $1 million since 23-24 to 24-25, from $1,388,775 to $2,127,548. That's a very significant increase over a period of a year. And then for the 2025-2026 year, you see it increasing by roughly another 400,000. So that'll be in 2024 and 25-26. That'll be $2,539,435. What are those increases for, and who has the contracts?
That is the provision for the BDO Canada LLP beneficial ownership secure system, and this is ongoing. This is the beneficial ownership system that's very important that it's secure. Yes.
It has been moved and seconded that head 7 be agreed, as many as are in.
Question as well. And this is line item 2111102. Salary contract workers. I know that there's been an increase from 1.4 million in 2024-2025 to $3,076,401 in the 2025-2026 budget. I just want to know what accords for that increase. Page 57. Line item ending 102. Salary/contract workers.
Please repeat the line item again, please.
2111102. Salary contract workers.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So Chair, you're asking about 2111102, is correct? Okay. And there's an increase in allocation for all the contract officers that are now in post. That is why that allocation is increased.
So for clarity, the allocation for 2024-2025 is 1.4 million, and you're saying that the increase for all the current contract workers in post, and they will remain contract workers according to this, takes it up from 1.4 million to 3 million?
Yeah, if, as the member for Long Island may be aware, the AG's office is short of lawyers. and lawyers are engaged on contract. The one example I can give immediately off the top of my head is Chief Superintendent Sean Novell Smith, a lawyer who was a policeman, retired from the public service, and was engaged on a contract as a lawyer in the office of the Attorney General. Quite sure the Attorney General would like the figure to be much higher if he could find more lawyers to come on with his office. But so, no. That's to cover all contract workers of all descriptions, which would include lawyers. Your concern, no doubt, is the hike in the amount. So how much of that is actually persons still there as opposed to who have been poached, but that's all contract workers, and as a fact, some of it includes lawyers.
It has been moved and seconded that head 7 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 7 is agreed.
And I now move, Mr. Chairman, that head 8 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 8 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, I guess, a general question for all of those line items between wages and salaries and allowances. What it appears is that there's a new allocation for all of the line items under this section. What is the reason for this, and is it that these folks are not captured under the court service allocation, and why would they not be captured under the court service allocation?
Thank you. East Grand Bahama, under the Judicial Services Act, I believe it establishes an independent entity, and there's been a transfer of many of these allocations over to that unit. We can provide more details on it later.
That was the essence of my question, because I would have thought that you would not have needed these allocations, that it would have been captured under the global figure for court services.
The numbers are substantially reduced between 23, 24. As you see in 25, 26, that suggests to me that this is some transitionary measures in terms of the transfer over. That's the suggestion. Certainly, if that doesn't suffice, we'll have to come back with a more specific answer.
It has been moved and seconded that head 8 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 8 is agreed.
What is the next one? Crazy. I move that heads 8 and 9 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that heads 8 and 9 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 8 and 9 is agreed.
And I move that head 10 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 10 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain.
Chairman, I note that the salary for permanent and pensionable, the Registrar General's Department, that's page 64, item ending 101. That's under salary permanent pensionable, has increased by some 1.5 million. We're just trying to understand what warrants the increase.
Yes. Mr. Chair, the allocation provides for the permanent and pensionable staff salaries from the PSPEP program that would have been regularized and moved over to their line item. And there's also new appointments of 3 registrars, as we have 3 new units and promotions and reclassifications that occurred during the fiscal year, that will occur during the fiscal year 25-26. So that is what the allocation is for.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Draw your attention to line item 225, 1115, consultancy services. And so we see an increase of over $1 million. What is the explanation for the, thank you.
Speak to that. So, Mr. Chair, once again, this is an allocation that speaks to the registrar's restructuring, which includes the information company's online registry, the implementation of the CARS, as we call it, the Corporate Administrative Registry Services portal, and the Civil Registry online portal. There's also document services, microfilm services that will be necessary as a result of the implementation and formation of these units. And that is what that allocation is projected for.
Mr. Chair, with respect to 2271040, Registry of Companies Operations, the amount allocated, is that likely to be adequate to address the needs that they have?
Is expected to be adequate for the establishment of that unit.
Prime Minister, we should figure out a way how to do this in a better way. It might be the same information that ministers get to provide us with a copy of some of that, because some of the no, I accept that. I'm just making a suggestion.
For whatever, backward, never.
I'm just making a suggestion that we look at, because again, we ask the questions, you look in the book, you give us those answers. I think it may be a better way of doing this to at some point. No, I that's fine. I have no difficulty in that.
Members suggesting that if we provide them with a copy of our book that we could dispense of all of this. I'm sure that's something we would consider.
It would be resolved. I mean, a lot of it, honestly, a lot of it would be resolved if we were able to look at the different allocations. But, I mean, fine, we can go through this process.
Excuse me. Excuse me. What I would like us to focus on is the line items, and any improvements could be discussed at another time. But let's just focus on the line items and the heads.
821108. Line item 2821108. There's a new allocation for compensation for lost funds. We're just trying to understand what is compensation for lost funds. What does that encompass? What's that?
Funds accounted for when you can show that you paid funds to the organization, but they can't find it or record of it. It's a nice euphemism.
It has been moved and seconded that head 10 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 10 is agreed.
And now move that head 11 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 11 be agreed. Those opposed.
With respect to salary, permanent and pensionable, 211101, there is a $5 million or thereabouts increase. Wanted to see if we can have the breakdown for that significant jump.
I believe that the member for Golden Gates indicated these are law enforcement officers who would be subject to the payment in June and again in September. That's just how much more money we're giving the correctional officers. Yes. They're getting increases at the end of June and then again in September.
Let's not forget it.
It has been moved and seconded that head 11 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 11 is agreed.
I now move that head 12 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 12 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated.
Mr. Chair, under item 2251118, election expenses, obviously there's a big jump from the 364,000 to 2.5 million. Could you give us an idea as to what that will cover? What are those election preparations that will cover? But I also had
Issuing of new NIB passport.
I also had sort of a.
Transportation from the south of the country? No?
I also had a specific question
What does that mean
on
exactly?
what I believe member for Freetown spoke in his presentation. I think you said there was going to be a bio card. Is that a physical card, like the present NIB card that has a chip on it? Could we get an indication as to what that bio card is going to include? And okay, and whether or not that card will coincide or will be combined with the electronic ID that the member for Bain and Grantstown is working on. How will the two of them, will it be two separate cards or will it be one card? Because I think there's present work being done on an electronic ID. And so how will the two of those coincide?
At the moment, this relates to the voter's card. If one looks at, for instance, the US, where you may have electronic ID, but you still have real ID, without any confusion amongst it, this item is concerned with voter registration, election preparation.
Is this one of those projects that Canadian Banknote has been working on?
Sorry?
Is this one of the projects that Canadian Banknote has been working on?
The issue with regard to card is the actual fact of preparation, having voter registration drives in all of the constituencies is not. The Parliamentary Registration Department constantly works on cleaning up the register to making sure it is righteous for an election.
It has been moved and seconded that head 11 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 11 is agreed. Freetown.
I now move that head 13 be agreed.
Yes, it has been moved and seconded that head 13 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Let's see, on 13.
On page 73, item 2271031, the Department of Foreign Affairs. We heard the members' contribution that the Department of Foreign Affairs would be established. There is a significant allocation for that particular function, $30 million. It would seem to us that if a department is being established, that this should have been a separate head on its own. Any particular reason, because we have no sense of what $30 million is being spent for. Can the Minister of Finance or the Minister acting for the Minister of Foreign Affairs give us a sense of what $30 million has been allocated for?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members would recall that with the establishment of the Foreign Service, you have duplication of fundings throughout the budget items that would have also been subsumed in this general item itself. So you'll notice throughout the rest of the budget, it's all gone into one particular fund, which is the Department of Foreign Service. So that's why it's all at 30. Amalgamation subsumed into it. Yeah. Yeah. One item.
It has been moved and seconded that head 13 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Head 13 is agreed.
I now move that head 14 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 14 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On page 77, as we look at international travel items, we wanted to get a sense of whether the present trend will continue, where in July, the OPM, the Office of the Prime Minister, does the office intend to once again transfer money into the travel line item as it has repeatedly done in previous exercises? How will the Prime Minister stay within the sum approved by Parliament? How much has been spent this year on any private jet charters? And how many private jet charters has in fact been taken over the course of the last 6 months? The Prime Minister knows when you become Minister of Finance, Mr. Prime Minister.
Can you repeat the line item, please?
International.
Can you stand and repeat it, please? Thank you.
Yes, international travel, and I've raised a question that the Prime Minister is able to speak to just concerning air transport. You have air transport within the Bahamas and air transport out of the Bahamas. 221-122-EE, international travel and subsistence. So you have air transport of persons outside of the Bahamas, subsistence for travel outside of the Bahamas, incidental travels outside of the Bahamas. So wanted to get a sense of what particular items are going to be included, and we were just asking about the trend in the past of transferring monies into that area.
Noted.
The budget allocation is what we expect that we'll be able to live with and continue to live with. The means of travel will be determined at the time of travel, and we will be prudent. As we have been fiscally responsible and continue to be fiscally responsible, we'll continue to be fiscally responsible on travel arrangements.
It has been moved and seconded that head 14 be agreed. As many as are in favor, each Grand Bahama is recognized.
The item 2271003, emission registry. Could you give us an idea of what work the emission registry has been undertaking? And there's an increase of 2271003, emission registry. Can you give us an idea as to what they have been doing and why the increase of 26,000, the emission registry? Yeah.
As you know, we are being proactive and not waiting for the global north or those major emitting countries to live up to their commitments in respect to lowering their carbon footprints. So in that effort, in regards to our development of the carbon market, part of the exercise is to be able to measure our own emissions so that when we go into the market, we're able to, when we're selling the carbons, we know what we're offsetting. So we are keeping track of our emissions, and there's a registry already set up. What you see, and we are now tying into, we're just about to go to market as soon as we have completed the plotting of several more of our seagrass, which we're going to start with. But that is the mechanism by which we are going to measure emissions by our own, like BPL, other major emitting, yes, the gas stations, because they too will be able to get incentives through that. I laid several weeks ago the emissions regulations that has incentives for persons to participate in. It's been laid, and all of this is part of that exercise. Yeah, it will require us to be reporting and laying it in Parliament each year.
And then, Mr. Chair, under 2251169, there's seem to be a new allocation for social and community development program initiative. I didn't hear, I may have missed it, but I didn't hear what this was in your presentation as to what this was.
The carbon, the emission registry and the carbon credit market, so that companies in the Bahamas who would maintain a certain, who would maintain their carbon footprint, lower their carbon footprints, they'll be eligible for incentives. And those incentives will be, it depends. We're working all that out now, and that's why an incentive could be, for example, that they could get a reduction, or we could consider reducing their business license fees, for example, and or if they hire a certain amount of persons, and at the same time knowing their carbon footprints, there will be some incentive for that. But the rules were laid. I don't have in front of me, I don't recall all the incidents for incentives, but that is all part of that regime.
The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama.
Okay, on the same page, 78, line item 2251337, 2024-25, 188,149 was allocated. There was a significant jump of 1.5 million, and now it's back down to 160,000. On line item 2251337. Yeah, it was lower, 188,000.
The chair recognizes South
You got a question?
Central Andros.
Okay.
Just one moment.
No,
Central
I'll
Grand
go
Bahama.
ahead and answer you, Central Grand Bahama, because what you're looking at was the allocation that we made this year of 1.5, but the actual is only 188,000 so far, and that's why we only budgeted the 160. Yeah. All right.
Mr. Chair, under item 2721110, the 2721110, the National Anti-Drug Plan. Does this mean that the National Drug Plan is now under the Office of the Prime Minister? Is moved from the Ministry of Health to? Oh, okay.
It was in the Ministry of National Security. It was the considered view that it should never be in a demand reduction or supply reduction ministry, but should be separated from the two, and that is why it's now in the Office of the Prime Minister, not in the Ministry of Health or the Ministry of National Security. No, and there's actually a drug policy. It's called drug policy now.
It has been moved and seconded that head 14 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 14 is agreed.
And I'll move that head 16 be agreed.
Can you repeat that?
I now move that head 16.
16 and 17?
Okay, 16 and 17 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 16 and 17 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 16 and 17 are agreed.
I now move that head 18 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 18 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 18 is...
Mr. Chair, if we look at page 84, local government, line item ending in 102, it's at the top. We've just been told that there's a lot of persons that are going to be made, well, there's a reduction, actually, this could be it. There's a reduction of roughly $30,000 from the estimates for 2024-2025 from $992,954 down to $961,000. What's the reason for that reduction, please?
Just some members who were part of the team for the new Local Government Act, that services wouldn't be needed anymore. That services.
Okay. And then in line item ending, well, it's actually 221101, air transport of persons within the Bahamas. That's going up by $70,000. Are these actual Family Island representatives that are going to be moving about, or is this central government increasing its travel?
No, I mean, as you know, the Department of Local Government is under the purview of Family Island Affairs in order to properly facilitate local government members traveling throughout the country to facilitate different Family Island needs. Travel is needed. If you could see, that expenditure was $130,000 last year, so that should be enough to budget for this year.
It has been moved.
And then the final item, subsistence for travelers within the Bahamas from $20,000 to $130,000. Is that connected to the answer you just gave? That is just two below the last one. 221110. Subsistence for travelers within the Bahamas. Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that head 18 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 18 is agreed. Freetown.
I now move that head 19 and 20 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 19 and 20 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Heads 19 and 20 is agreed. Are agreed.
I now move that head 21 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated.
Mr.
The chair recognizes Marco City.
On page 91, item 211103, and again 211104. What is the justification for having these public service items under the Ministry of Finance and not the Ministry of Public Service? Just wanted to understand the rationale for that.
It is better left there because all ministries would be tapping into this, and that we don't want to send the message that only public service would have the authority to hire within that ministry. So coming from the Ministry of Finance, and for example, you know, you talked about the Auditor General Department. As I indicated, funds are allocated for the needs of every department once it is made known and the Cabinet accepts and approves those hires. Yes, that's where you get those funds from.
It has been.
In staying with the same course of questions, if you'd look at 2111-207, in 2024, 2025, zero under the recurrent, under 2025, 2026, 5 million. Is this to cover all civil servants? And if so, how possible if they are already being paid through the 75 million allocation which exists for uniformed civil servants?
Again, This allocation provides for the proposed expansion of the healthcare insurance to public offices. Right? The plan is in its embryonic stages, and we will see whether or not more funding is required. Fundings, under the public service allocations, funds are there as well. But because it's being driven through the Ministry of Finance, we kept this sum here to ensure that we get the proper processes in place. And this is take care of all the preliminary work leading to that eventuality of all public service being covered.
Question, a member for Kent Island, related more to the fact that you already have an allocation that is substantial, the 75 million. You're saying it's in the realm of possibility? Okay. Right. Okay. With respect to 228-1104, you have $10 million, both 24-25, and then, of course, $10 million again for 25-26. Wanted to understand what is being paid for in terms of this tax reform over these many years. What particular tax reform that would have required this massive allocation for successive years?
This also, part of the tax reforms requires the digitalization of records. It requires the engagement of experts to help and advise in respect to what I call our tax reforms. And it also relates to the preparation for our international obligations in respect to our tax obligations under our exchange treaties. For example, when we came into office, as you recall, we had been warned about being blacklisted. The OECD did not listen to us when we asked for time to have things corrected, because a lot of things weren't in place. We had to go and buy new systems. Right? They are expensive, and that's part of the reasons why we have been advocating on the world stage about the unfair and arbitrary exacting of rules and protocols on small island developing states like ours that costs us to be able to implement these various protocols. Because every time there's a rule, there's a cost associated with implementing it. And so the allocation here is there for the purposes of eventualities such as that, and at the same time looking at our own tax systems to see how we can better able maximize the benefit for the Bahamian people with the present tax structures we have without increasing taxes on our poor people, on our Bahamian people.
In 2024, 2025, we would have exhausted the 10 million, and which would have influenced us to consider allocating the exact amount for the next fiscal period. We exhausted that.
The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama. Just 1 second, St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to take us back to page 91. Head 2112125. 2112125. Disturbance.
You're referring to head 21?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Still 21. Page 91. Head 2112125. The word disturbance alone. Disturbance allowance / geographical. I know it's a new item, but I'm seeing only 7,200. Can we get clarification on what that is and why the number is 7,200?
For officers of the ministry relocating to the Family Islands.
Hello.
That's what they tell me.
The chair recognizes St. Barnabas.
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to draw your attention to line item 282-1267, okay? And some 60 million for the budget reserve appropriations. So just need some clarity. 282-21267, some 60, actually $50 million. The question, just some clarity, Prime Minister. In this fiscal year, some 44 million was withdrawn from the budget reserve appropriation. Some 44 million, some 800,000 of which went towards the famous trip to Azerbaijan. The question is, the withdrawals from the budget reserve appropriations, where are those withdrawals reflected in the budget book? Okay. Line item 282-1267. Appropriations, right. What I'm saying is, in this fiscal year, okay, some 44 million was withdrawn. Some 44 million was in the midterm budget. Some 44 million was withdrawn. So I'm asking, as a point of clarity, where would that now be reflected? Because it's not reflected in. Right. So it wouldn't be in here? So it wouldn't be in here. Okay, no problem. Yeah, well, yeah. I noticed I did say clarity, right? I didn't.
You've been elucidated, St. Barnabas.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Sorry.
It has been.
Line item 2251172, Center for Food and Nutrition Security. There seems to be a new allocation of 339,200. What is that for, and what is that supposed to accomplish? And why would that be in Ministry of Finance and not under Ministry of Health?
Yes, well, these funds are for the new Center for the Food and Nutrition Security, and this will serve as a multidisciplinary technical hub, advancing nutritional food and nutritional security through cutting-edge research, policy development, innovation, and community-based initiatives. Yeah.
The chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Page 92, item 2251115. Wanted to find out what has led to what appears to be an overspend in the consultancy line in just 9 months. How many consultants and consultancy firms are engaged under this line item? 2251115, page 92. The overspend in consultancy in just 9 months? And how many consultants and consultancy firms are engaged under this line item?
Mark.
Let me see if I could help. So, what was allocated in 2024, 2025 was 27 million. In 9 months, you spent 31 million. Under the, if you look just to the left, you will see 31 million was spent in 9 months. So that was the question that the leader was proposing, was why did you spend over what was allocated? Because you spent 31 million in 9 months and you had 27 allocated. So what was the reason for spending more than what was allocated?
The specifics in respect to that, but suffice it to say that there are all ongoing new consultancy services we may have, which is accounting, financial, legal, etc. I could provide you with that detail when I get it from the accounting officers, as I cannot specifically speak to exactly where those additional funds may have been spent.
A follow-up on 225-1165, and again, 272-119, the Lifelong Learning Program and the Primary School Breakfast Program. Both of those are Ministry of Education initiatives, or Ministry of Education appears to be best suited to administer them. Any particular reason they are in Ministry of Finance budget?
I will speak to line item 225-1165, which is our upskill program, which is the National Public Service Scholars Program that we launched on Monday. That is where this funding is for. This is earmarked for that project, which enhances the skill sets of public servants and those we look to bring into the public service. So that's what this upskill program is for. So that wouldn't fall under an education.
Thank you. The primary school breakfast program, any particular reason it's under finance versus?
And the Minister of Education hasn't complained about it. And the delivery unit is, at my office, is working in close collaboration with the Minister to help alleviate some of the pressures that she gets from this program. And so we collaborating, whether it's with me or with her. It doesn't matter. We work well together.
Mr. Chair, under item 228-2113, 228-2113, ELA bond payment. We just want to get an understanding as to what is the ELA bond payment.
Payment on interest for the Education Loan Authority, I think. Yeah. Yeah.
It has been moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed.
2821116, sundry constituency projects. 2821116, sundry constituency projects. There's an increase from 3.9 to 508, 5.850 million. We just want to get an understanding as to what that increase is for.
Divided by the 39, you'll see it represents the 150,000. 5.85. Yeah, you could check it out now, and then if you have any questions right after that, you let me know.
That's the increase?
Yeah.
It was moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. Head 21 is agreed.
I now move that head 22 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 22 be agreed. Those in favor.
Mr. Chair,
Chair recognizes Marco City.
I direct your attention to page 95, 212, 1101, National Insurance Contributions, Monthly Staff. Wanted to understand the $6 million increase, if we could explain what is the $6 million for? With new staff that came on?
No.
What increase? Or increase for public servants? Yes. Yes. To 228-1126, to whom will these monies be paid? This is 228-1126. Then I have a follow-up question on that. Okay. And 228-1128. Let me just raise several of those questions at once, and you could speak to all of them. 228-1128, as well as 228-1129. Who would those funds be paid to?
They were part of the exercise and the nature swap debt, their savings, and part of the arrangements in getting those, what I call nature bonds, we had to ensure that we are preserving, in this instance, it was what we call the marine protected areas that we are funding to ensure that we protect and preserve those biodiverse and ecosystems. And so funds are being allocated to those entities for the purposes of training, protecting, and perhaps employing wardens, whatever they wish with the funds.
And with respect to 273-120. I'm looking at, I have one number that is missing. If you go, let me identify the amount. This is public officials, staff gratuities. 201. Yeah, 201. So we have a jump from 4 million to 7 million. What was the previous funds used for, and why the $3 million increase?
First, the actual expense for this year so far for the first 3 months is 5.6 million, and that's why we budgeted 7 million in this upcoming year. And those funds were contracts coming to an end for gratuity payments to the eligible contract officers. They're coming to an end.
Eligible funds.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the contract, this is contracts coming to an end. They get gratuity payments, and a number of contracts are coming due, and this is the estimation for the contracts that are coming due, so they are gratuity payments. Contractual consultancy service, employee contracts, yes. Gratuity.
It was moved and seconded that head 22 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. Head 22 is agreed. Freetown.
You want 23? 27? Good. I now move that heads 220, sorry. You want something in 23?
No, I just noticed you're consulting with one opposition and no check with me. However, so far so good. We'd be good.
Oh, when I look there, I can see you.
I was
I now move that heads 23 to 25 be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that heads 23 to 25 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 23 to 25 are agreed.
I now move that head 26 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 26 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those,
Mr. Chairman.
the chair recognizes Marco City.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to direct colleagues' attention to page 105, 242, 1303. This is head 26.
26.
Page 105. 1303. Yeah, would you entertain a question?
We will entertain those questions unrelated to heads at another time.
Would you, head 26.
Statutory, Mr. Chairman. There is no choice about it. Now, maybe if it were not so late.
And if it were not, if it were,
I'm leader of government business. No. Marco City. If I ever have rank, I pull it. If the leader gives me the reins, I don't relinquish it until then. I now move that head 28 be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that head 28 be agreed. Those in favor?
Under item 211101, salary, permanent and pensionable, there's an increase from 2.6 to 3.3. What is the reason for the increase, and does that mean it's additional employees? How many additional employees for inland revenue?
Chair recognizes Golden Gates.
Of course, I can't specify the amount of additional employees central, but this again represents employees that would have attritioned from temporary employment into the permanent and pensionable establishment and absorbed into their ministry.
It is moved and seconded that head.
Hang on. We gotta sit down and stand up, you know.
Excuse me?
We have to sit down and stand up.
Okay,
You gotta give
yeah.
opportunity for one person
Noted.
to finish.
Noted.
I can stay on my feet straight through. I just heard a complaint about the time here because it wasn't a,
But it was not a complaint from the chair. I want you to focus on the line items.
listen, we're all elected to this honorable house.
But
We're all elected to this honorable house.
Just, Sinance, I just asked you to take a seat just for a moment, please.
We're all elected to
Sinance,
this
I just
honorable
asked you to take a
house.
seat just for a moment. I want us to focus our attention on the line items. All of the secondary commentary is unnecessary. That's for another time and another place. Let's focus on the, excuse me, I wasn't done. No. I remind Sinance that this is being televised, that children are watching, our decorum is being televised. This is not about us, this is about country. And so that should inform the way we conduct business. And this is serious business. And so I, again, will invite you, Sinance, to speak to the relevant items that is under the relevant heads that are being discussed currently. You're invited to stand.
Speak now?
You are.
Thank you, sir. 2112-103. It went from 2024-105 to 2025-149-600. That's roughly $44,000 increase for housing allowance. Who is receiving that housing allowance increase?
Mr. Chair, so far in the we have already expended $91,500 for the year. And so this provision was made to ensure that the housing allowances are covered for our eligible senior officers, and this includes Nassau, Abaco, and Exuma in this line item.
How many persons are included in that?
Finance, we'll have to get back to you on that.
221101 was in 2023-2024 at 31,861. 24-25 is at 50,000. 25-26 it's at 168,220. That's over a $100,000 increase after a year-over-year increase. Please explain why all of those costs are now being asked to be paid by the Bahamian people.
Chair recognizes Golden Gates.
Yes. Mr. Chair, this is an expansion based on the work that the department is doing. There's an awareness campaign that's going on that's taking them throughout the Family Islands, speaking about all the new policies. Also, they're ensuring that they're going on fact-finding missions in order to analyze. And this is part of our tax compliance unit that is facilitating this travel for those purposes in that line item.
Like over 100,000 is being added to the budget to go to the Family Islands to make people aware that they're going to be having to pay more money to the public treasury. Is that correct?
Don't listen.
Sorry.
I'm not sure that was that a question?
Simply put, Mr. Chairman, people don't, if they can get away with paying tax, they don't. They go to tell people who have places that are required to pay tax when they don't see tax coming in that they should come in. They go and look. They go and tell you time to come and pay your tax. And that's part of the reason that collections are up.
It has been moved and seconded that head 28 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 28 is agreed.
That head 29 be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated.
281001, special financial transactions. There seems to be an increase in allocation from 700,000 to 1.6 million. What does this line item cover and why the increase? 228, right, 1001, special financial transactions.
This is the head to fund the National Intelligence Agency.
The chair recognizes Sinans.
225-1102. It's gone up from 23-24 at 7,274 to 24-25 at 60,000 to 2025-26 at 135,000. What is the reason for that significant increase?
Sinans, can you start again from the beginning? You didn't. We'll be obliged if you can just start from the beginning, sir.
Line item number 225-1102. In 23-24, it was 7,274. It went up by more than 50,000 last year to 60,000, and it It's gone up from 7,274 in 23-24 to 60,000 in 24-25, now up to 135,000 in 25-26. What is the advertising and public notices that have increased by more than 120,000 in 2 years?
There are a number of matters in the ministry. If you wish a breakdown, I would have to get back to you on that. But that relates to having to put out public notices. So for instance, if we open community centers, we put out public notices. If we deal with tips, letting people know you shouldn't be trafficking persons, those campaigns are funded under this. And all awareness campaigns are funded under this from the ministry. And as our push now is to get the word out that people should stop doing foolishness, a part of it is PSAs and other advertisements.
It has been moved and seconded.
225-1111, security services contract in 23-24 went from $3,322,882 up by more than $1 million last year and estimated to go up by another $400,000. In total, it's gone from $3,332,882 in 23-24 to $5,200,000. What are the security services contracts needed by the Minister of National Security to have increased that budget by $2 million in 2 years?
The contract for the electronic monitoring, and it is driven by how many people the court orders to be electronically monitored.
What has been the increase in the number of electronic monitorings?
To explain how it works, if somebody is added today, it's computed every day. The ministry is also contracted for what is called enhanced monitoring, where the monitoring firm has to actually pay police officers to go and deal with no charge, low charge, so that doesn't impose a burden on the ordinary police service, and they are paid for the enhanced monitoring.
Line item 225-1345, its estimate for 2024-2025 is being reduced by roughly $3 million for 2025-2026. And that's a line item, closed circuit television, CCTV. I know that my constituency would like to have many more CCTV cameras installed throughout it, including in the Winton area. Why is the budget going down so drastically when there are so many constituencies still asking for additional CCTV coverage?
If you would have a look, you would see that it started at 2.5 million and then it spiked up to 7.9 when special services were engaged that included license plate ID, facial recognition. That system is installed, and the additional now is for cameras. There's a large upfront cost for installing that system.
That it spiked up to 7.9. I don't see where it ever was at 7.9 in this line item. No, I'm talking about the line item that I called off. I'm not sure where you're looking. Line item 225-1345. You said it spiked to 7.9 million at one time. At one time, which is why I'm standing on my feet. That's a $300,000 difference now. May not be much to you guys, but there's a lot of families that don't have that type of money.
To be exact, 7,634,000.
It has been moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed. Oh, okay.
Under 282-1247, the 282-1247, the Bahamas Wildlife Enforcement Network, there seems to be a big jump from 150,000 to 750,000, and you only spent 84,000 the last in the last 9 months. What is the reason for the huge increase in that?
Barwin is the body that everyone complained about shutting down the illegal mining operations. It's currently a steering committee in the Ministry of National Security, headed by Commander Desiree Cornet from the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, assisted by ASB Forrester Carroll Jr. from the Royal Bahamas Police Force. And right now, they are seconded persons. We're in the process of settling their legislation. They're created as an armed law enforcement discipline force, and it is anticipated that that will be within, hopefully, this legislative year. And these funds would then be to fund its proper setup. Right now, they hike rides with the police marine unit, with Harbor Patrol. They use vehicles. Their firearms are issued from the Royal Bahamas Police Force, Defense Force. They go along with forestry workers. They now deal with animal cruelty. And so they're being graduated from a steering committee to a full-fledged agency.
They deal with? I mean, because if it's a wildlife, I mean, what specifically they're responsible for?
The organization that the Minister for the Environment speak about to enforce all environmental laws. And the fisheries, mining, everything environmental, forestry, fisheries, as I say, animal cruelty as well.
Mr. Chairman, line item 2281001, special financial transactions, 24-25, 700,000, 25-26, 1,625,000. That's 75,000 off of a $1 million increase. Why is the Bahamian people's money being spent by almost $1 million over last year? 281001, special financial transactions is increased by 975, or almost $1 million from last year at 700,000 to this coming year at 1,625,000.
The Bahamian people's money are being spent to ensure their safety and security by funding the National Intelligence Agency that, to be clear, liaises with its counterpart in the U.S., the Central Intelligence Agency, its intelligence partners all over the world, to get information to keep us apprised of risk that may adversely affect us. And it, to my submission and estimation, is an efficient use of the Bahamian people's money in order to secure their safety and security.
What is the risk for over last year worth almost $1 million that we're now adding that to the budget for?
No, that's, we are onboarding agents.
It was moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 29 is agreed.
I now move that head 30 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 30 be agreed. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to take you to page 111. The first item, ending 101, that is salary, permanent and pensionable. And I'm guessing that this, I know that this ministry is immigration and national insurance, and I'm guessing that the salary is for NIB staffers as well as the Department of Immigration. But I noticed, because I don't see, I'm looking through and I don't see any further allocations, but I guess you can explain. But my query is, for 2024, 2025, you have an allocation under permanent and pensionable of 20.5 million. And then for 2025, 2026, that increases by some $3 million or so dollars to 23.5 million. What warrants the increase?
It is moved and seconded that head.
New officers.
Mr. Chairman, the increase. Okay, the increase relate to the increments that officers who are in post will receive. And currently, before the Public Service Commission, we have applications for the promotion of over 300 immigration officers. Those promotions have been completed. I understand they're before the Governor General. So within the very beginning of this budget year, over 300 immigration officers will be promoted, and therefore the increase relate to that eventuality.
Just one moment, Long Island, before you proceed. There was a rule in the House as it relates to coffee. I want to relax that rule this evening, considering the time, and so I would invite members to be able to have some coffee. Yeah, so you can drink your coffee freely. That's for everyone. Yeah, so you can go ahead, Long Island. Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, going back to that same page, page 111. Page 111, item number 102, right below the previous, and that is contract workers' salary. I know there's been an increase from 222,100 to 534,100. This is contract workers. I'm wondering why the increase, what accords for the increase, but as it relates to contract workers.
We've had a very significant number of persons hired through recruitment of an immigration squad. And as trainee immigration officers, they are on contract for a year. And having gone through a satisfactory period of evaluation, they would then be eligible to be put on the permanent and pensionable role. This would cover, well, we hired 100 people in this current fiscal year. And as you will see, under the global provision, we have about $1 million to hire another 100 immigration recruits.
It is moved and seconded that head 30 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
I now move that head 31 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head. The chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I direct your attention to page 114, 225, 1107, workshop, conferences, meetings, and exhibits. Wanted to get a sense on, just based on the number, it is a small amount given the high level of incidences of crime. Would this adequately address the training needs of the agency?
What we find, Marco City, is that through our regional and international partners, we get a lot of training free of charge. Some even includes airfare and accommodation. So, for instance, the INL of the United States, they will put on courses in this region. Quite often, all we have to pay for is airfare. A number of them have signed off on the only thing we pay for is the officers per diem, because they cover everything, the conference, the travel, and the accommodation. So this is based on what has happened previously, and we do get a lot of support from our neighbor to the north, and I'm happy to report that President Trump has not decreased that support, as keeping the Bahamas secure keeps the U.S. secure.
It was moved and seconded that had 31B.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize you, Sinans.
Okay, I'll wait.
No, I'm saying that I do recognize you.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman. 2241213, clothing and clothing supplies. Those have gone from 2024-2025 period of $887,385 to 25-26 estimates of $1,204,417. That's roughly $300,000+ more. To my knowledge, the social services uniform budget for students has been decreased in past budgets. We're now seeing it in the police force. Can you explain how officers will go about benefiting from this increased allocation? Because I know it's difficult for officers to maintain the uniforms at all times up to the standards and quality. Will there be a distribution of uniform supplies to officers in the police force under that item?
As you've indicated, Sinans, the allocation has been increased. We have aggressively recruited new police officers, and so we will require to clothe them as recruit officers. We will require to clothe them once they matriculate into the force itself. Yes, uniforms do wear out, so this is to account for new recruits and serving officers. And we still dress them in a particular way.
Thank you. Line item 225115, consultancy services over last year into the coming year is increasing by $80,000. What is and who is the consultant being picked up for that amount, that $80,000 amount?
Is 2251115. That is the liaison officer in Miami, attached to the consulate there.
At 2251135, transportation of bodies for post-mortem. That's increasing by $200,000 over the current year into the upcoming year, and we had representations that major crime was down. Can you explain why $200,000 is going to be needed in addition for next year?
They transport all bodies, and regardless of whether it's a homicide or not a homicide. If you've had the experience of somebody dying at home, you will see that you cannot move the body until the police come and until it's certified, and that's included in that service. I'm made to understand, and the Commissioner of Police and I are in consultation over this, that there has been a move to limit the transportation of bodies from homes and scenes to the morgue, to funeral homes, morticians, and to not use the less expensive body removal services. That is something that we're looking at at the moment.
The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama. Since he's on track.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine.
On page 114, under maintenance contract for air conditioning, I noticed you increased that budget by about $100,000. However, when I look at item 2251325, maintenance of fire prevention and protective equipment, based on all the issues that we had with fires and so forth, whereas you increased the air conditioning contract by over $100,000, this fire prevention and maintenance of equipment didn't move. Why wasn't there an increase in light of all of the issues that we had with fires over the past 2 years?
I know why we've increased the air conditioning allowance, because in Grand Bahama there was a big complaint about Port Lucaya Police Station. Yeah, unfortunately, they sometimes work in poor conditions. The fire equipment, why we're not to deal with the fire extinguishers? To deal with fire extinguishers?
Fire prevention and equipment. So it's only covering fire extinguishers?
I can get back to you.
Okay, if it's only fire extinguishers, that's fine, but I just want to know what does it include? Because I know we had a lot of issues with fires, so I just want to know.
The
what that covers.
cost of maintaining the fire apparatus, the fire deltas, is much more than this. Yeah. Yes, I'll confirm whether this is limited to the apparatus in the stations.
It has been moved and seconded that Head 31 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 31 is agreed.
I now move that Head 32 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that Head 32 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Under item 2112-101, honoraria, it seems that this has been stopped. So I just want to get an understanding as to what this was and why it appears to have been stopped.
This now or used to represent sea pay, detachment pay, and air pay, and it's now gone to those areas. Yes.
Line item 226-1203. In light of the fact that the HMBS Bahamas, we understand, that's page 117. 226-1203. Right? In light of the fact that the HMBS Bahamas was stuck down in Trinidad for the last month because of the need for some repairs or maintenance issues, do we believe that that allocation is sufficient for that particular line item?
The HMBS Bahamas, yeah, but he raises a point that HMBS Bahamas, HMBS Nassau are being evaluated as to whether or not they're at the end of their service life and require refitting. This is not an allocation for major dry docking, but for the maintenance that happens regularly at the bases.
Under item 228-1196, accreditation. Again, this appears to be cut off, or is it allocated under a different line item, and sort of what does that represent?
I have to check, but I think that they've already done a lot of the work, and anything left may be moving to another item.
Line item 226-1204, maintenance and upkeep of aircraft. Current year, $350, coming year, $350,000, no change. Does that amount include the airplane that originally was purchased for the Prime Minister, then for Cabinet's use, then for police use? Is the private aircraft that was acquired for the Prime Minister included in this line item, because it seemed to go under the armed forces?
Aircraft purchased for the Prime Minister. The Royal Bahamas Defense Force has budgeted, you see when you come to refurbish, a King Air 350, which initially started out. No, this is their King Air 350. The aircraft that was to be refurbished, when it was examined, was determined that it wasn't feasible to do so. This is related to the Royal Bahamas Defense Force aircraft.
feasible any longer. Where is that plane located now, in which country?
Where it's right here as a part of the confiscated asset fund. A decision will have to be made of how we realize value under the Proceeds of Crime Act.
The 2.5 million that was allocated last year for its refurbishment, what was that 2.5 million used for? We're talking about the plane, the plane from last year. You said that the plane, I'm just asking,
Well, now you're talking about something, and St. Barnabas, you know, it's a good example of what a budget is. Finance allocated it for that purpose. The purpose didn't come to pass, so it wasn't used. Yeah.
It was moved and seconded that head 31 be agreed. Those in favor remain, 32. 32 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 32 is agreed.
And now move that head 33.
It was moved and seconded that head 33. The chair recognizes Marco City.
Mr. Chair, page 19, 2111101. That's page 119. Wanted to know what account, this is salary and permanent and pensionable, what accounts for the 5 million increase in that line item?
Yeah, so this would be increase to the staff transfer from Ed 72 in the PSPAP program. Provision will fund salaries for permanent pensionable staff in posts and increments. And a main thrust of this also is that the Ministry of Works is ensuring that we have enough staff to properly carry out the duties of the ministry, and also to very aggressive agenda, and also to ensure that we digitize the ministry. And a big thrust of that is to cut down the timeline for building plan approval. So in order to do that, we got our proper staffing.
Thank you very much, Minister. On page 121, that is 2821415, beaches and parks. What urgent circumstances led to the $7 million overspend in the budget at the 9-month mark? And what is the final sum projected to be at the end of the fiscal period? Page 121.
Yeah. We got to ensure that the island is kept clean, and sometimes there are circumstances and events that are not budgeted for that we ensure that is carried through. I'm sure the member for St. Barnabas understands.
Oh. That's a good great shade.
What is the, again, that was an explanation that I think the press was seeking over the last several days. So, no, I'm just advising, and I'm sure they're listening. So with respect to what is the final sum projected that at the end of this fiscal period that you're likely to spend, what is that ceiling in an election year that you've set?
It's right in the estimates. The estimate is 29 million. It's in the estimates. It's right there. My projection is in the estimates. It's in estimates. It's in black and white.
Chair recognizes Sinat.
Salary, permanent and pensionable, line item 2111101, and the line item below that. That's roughly 2111101 and 2111102. Between those, the budgets are roughly going up by 7 million. So with those budgets going up by 7 million, our actual local government council members and committee members receiving any increase in their salaries and stipends, they're the ones in the Family Islands that undeniably are doing the majority of the legwork. Are they seeing any increase in what they receive for their sacrifice through service to their country?
According to budget estimates, we have already covered that under the Department of Local Government. This is Head 33, which covers the ministry itself. So this wouldn't, that question wouldn't fall under this head. That'd be 18, what you're referring to.
It was moved and seconded that Head 33. Okay, he's right. We see you. The chair recognizes Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Bahama.
Take you back to page 120, item 225-1314. That's the reason. Under Unregulated Communities Action Task Force, there's an allocation, which is fine. But 225-1314, directly underneath that, 225-1319. And I have another question after this. Maintenance of Family Island Main Road. 11,500 down to 500. The maintenance of Family Island Main Road. I am not sure what all this would cover. I know outside of the city of Freeport, we get some cold patches for, sometimes Freeport is Grandmama is referred to as a family island selectively. Outside of the city of Freeport, we get some cold patches through local government, etc. So those roads and those outlying settlements, Freetown, Southern Shores, High Rock, at this point, they don't ever get the kind of attention. So this $500 for the maintenance of those roads. I'm wondering where else is that covered? And before you go, second question you can answer also. On page 121, I noticed that there's an allocation for the Professional Engineers Board, the Professional Contractors Board, but I don't see anything for the Professional Architects Board. That's personal.
All right, on the matter of 225-1319, most of that would come from the capital budget and not recurrent. So this is just from minor occurrences that might happen that we're not aware of, but most of the funding for coal patch, for hot patch, all that would come out of capital and not out of recurrent. Okay? You want, so that's not, we'll take that under advisement. We'll take under advisement. I understand your plight.
Is the line item for the deposits for the elections that the council members elected and committee members elected haven't received back, is that under this head, or would that have been under the previous head?
Elections are covered under the Ministry of National Security, not under the Department of Local Government or the Ministry of Works. All elections, whether local government or central government elections, are covered under the Ministry of National Security, not under our line items.
Thank you.
Parliamentary registry.
There's just a number of persons that are due to have their monies returned that still haven't received them, and local government elections were many months ago.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's a couple of questions, but I'll just give you all of the line items and ask the questions in one. Under item 282-1432, Bahamics, again, this seems to be a new allocation, or was it transferred from someplace else to go there? What does that allocation account for? And then right below it, the Professional Engineers Board, other grants, Professional Contractors Board, there doesn't appear to be any funds that were spent during the first 9 months. Any reason why it was not spent during the first 9 months, or is this sort of just a one-off allocation and it will then be spent afterward, or give us an indication as to what that's about.
So in reference to line item 282-1432, when I provided my budget contribution, Yeah, I don't want to repeat it. Yeah, when I was providing my budget contribution, we spoke about that Bahamix will now be an incorporated body. So prior to now, Bahamix used to provide invoices to the Ministry of Works, just as any other company, and then they would get paid. So at times, they would be cash strapped, which would disallow them for purchasing material, and then that they wouldn't be able to pave as quick as we'd want them to. So with our aggressive road paving program, this would now allow them to provide them with subvention. No, Bahamix is for New Providence. So Bahamix is a Bahamian, it's a government entity that paves in New Providence alone. Family Island roads are paved by private companies. So Bahamix pays as a Bahamian entity. And 700,000 would not be enough to fund them, but this is a new line item because, as you're aware, we're borrowing with the flood mitigation program for parts of New Providence, and a part of that would be to ensure that Bahamix has enough funding to properly buy equipment and to really enhance the way we pave in New Providence. So that they would be they'd be an incorporated body.
There was also, if I remember correctly, allocation in the subventions for Bahamix.
The subvention is here.
So the 700,000 and the subventions is the same thing?
No. This is a subvention. This is a subvention. So the subvention, just like beaches and parks, gets the 29 million, right? So this is to create the line item. So as we move through this year, that we can properly have a proper allocation of what would go for next year.
Professionals Engineers Board. The same question for the Professional Contractors Board. Why zero was spent? I mean,
Yeah, we get paid at the end of the year. Yeah.
Right.
It was moved and seconded that head 33 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 33 is agreed.
That was 34. That was 34.
34.
Mr. Chair, we finished, that was 34 that we just.
Okay, so it was moved and seconded that head 34. 33. That was 33. We're moving to 34 now. Right.
You have any no questions? Okay.
No. Okay.
Chair moved that.
Was it moved?
No, I have to move it now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to move it.
34,
It still
yeah.
has to be moved. Yeah.
Chair, I moved that head 34 in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It was moved and seconded that head 34 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 34 is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I now move that head 35 in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It was moved and seconded that head 35 be agreed. Those in favor, the chair recognizes Sin Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item 225-1205. We see an increase of just under $1 million for the upcoming fiscal year. Just some clarity on if new routes or what that may be.
To account for adjustments that were made, because there weren't adjustments in the bus contracts for a very long time, particularly in the islands, where there are long routes, and this is a percentage on each contract in the islands in particular. Yeah.
The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On page
Long Island,
126,
you'll be next.
126 to Agneston, item 2821126, page 126, scholarship, Family Islands. I'll give you a chance to get to it. 2821126, yeah. Family Island scholarships. Yeah, I noticed you have $72,000. Does that include BTVI, UB, the Maritime Institute? They're all local, international, because they look kind of I mean, low, but I'm sure you can justify it.
Understand what that particular figure is, because the scholarship fund encompasses the entire archipelago, and the scholarship committee moves through the country, including Grand Bahama. They hold meetings with parents and students, and to incentivize more Family Island engagement in the scholarship fund. So this 72,000 in no shape or form reflects the availability or access of Family Island students to the scholarship fund. I'm not sure what this 72 is for. It might mean transportation through the islands to facilitate this incentivization.
The chair recognizes Long Island.
And, you know, I understand, you know, as a trained educator, I welcome these increases, much needed in terms of salary and so on and so forth. I do note, though, that I want to take you to firstly, page 124.
Page 124.
And this is the head ending 117, hardship allowance.
117.
117, yes. Is that, and we see this increase from 75,000 to 132,000. Is that an increase per teacher, per person moving, or that's additional persons going to the island? Page 124, head 117, hardship allowance. You see an increase from 75,000 to 132,000. Now, I know that teachers going to certain islands, you get hardship and so on. Is that an overall increase in the hardship per teacher, or is that more persons going to the island? What does that account for?
There's no explanation. The increase provides for allowance payments to all eligible officers in post during the upcoming fiscal year. The allowance is paid to teachers and other school-based professionals assigned to an island outside their island of domicility. So to answer your question, I think that it just anticipates the number of teachers that will be dispatched or that will work throughout the country, as opposed to an increase in the hardship allowance itself. More teachers.
All right. Also, same page, item number 125, disturbance allowance. I note that increased from 1.7 million to 2 million, right? And is that along the similar lines, that there are more persons going to the islands, or has there been an increase? Because as you can appreciate, on the teacher's salary, that you have these allowances. So is that an increase in the allowance on the salary, or is that more people going to the islands and the allowance is just the same?
Well, the increase provides for allowance payments to all officers in post during the upcoming fiscal year, and it's paid to teachers and other school-based professionals assigned to an island outside their island of domicility. So this figure will cover what is payable. I don't think this is an increase in the allowance currently paid, but it anticipates as teachers are transported from one particular post to another, there's certain costs associated with that transfer, or that, what do they call it, the disturbance from one location to another.
I take that to mean there are more persons going to the island. Also, Angliston, same page, item number 103, housing allowance. I noted an increase from 5 million, and it's increased to 6,017,000. Again, what warrants the increase? Is it along similar lines or what?
This is an issue that has become very vexing for, as we have teachers throughout the country, and the whole issue of the level of rents, particularly in some islands, is almost as if, I don't even know how to describe it, it's a closed shop in terms of how landlords view the levels of rent. And so this is to anticipate the increase in levels of rent in certain jurisdictions that teachers are posted in.
Long overdue, Angliston, and welcomed by many teachers, I'm sure. Lastly, there's a, you go to page 125, item number 014, second to the last. And you would see it's operational expenses, new school boards. I note that there was no allocation for 24-25, but there's an allocation of $380,000 for 25-26. Firstly, how many school boards are we talking about? Are these on the islands, etc.? Could you give us some info on that?
Let me just make sure. This is, what number was that you said?
Operational expenses, new school board. That's 227 1014. Second to the last on page 125.
Okay. I just want to determine whether this was dealing with an exercise that's underway for school board employees, but this particular provision is dealing with something else. It's additional funding required for the establishment of additional school boards throughout the various schools in New Providence and the Family Islands. So this is in relation to new school boards.
Islands, how many islands would be covered in that? Family Islands in particular?
The specific, but where we have schools that have school boards, it will be in those islands. So it'll be throughout the country, all over the country.
It was moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Mr. Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item 225-1111, security services contract. You see an increased allocation of about half a $1 million. Would you just shed some light on that, please? Thanks.
Yes, the Ministry of Education has developed a policy whereby its security employees or that complement will not work certain shifts that are deemed, I don't know how to describe it, one in which we do not wish our employees to operate during those hours. And so the ministry has engaged private security firms which cover those hours. And this increase deals with that whole issue of expanding the coverage of certain schools during certain shifts. This is normally what we call the midnight shift or the graveyard shift, which is a time between midnight and about 8 a.m. So it's during that period.
It was moved and seconded that head 35 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 35 is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I now move that head 37 is agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 37 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 37 is agreed.
I move that head 38 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 38 be. The chair recognizes Long Island.
Take the minister, the member for Anglican, to page 129, item number 222-1106. That is 222-1106. That is rent, school, classroom accommodation. We note that it is increased from 0 for this fiscal year to $982,500 for the upcoming fiscal year. We want to know what accords for the increase, what accommodations are being rented, et cetera, et cetera.
Facilitate rental charges for classroom accommodations in New Providence and various family islands. This allocation was previously funded under line items 222-1101 and 222-1102. But this is where, on occasion, sometimes in the islands, the school would rent a facility where there is either the school has been outgrown, or in the case of low sound, where a school is under construction. So this would cover the facilitation of the school, of a classroom, where there is none in that particular instance, none owned by the ministry in that particular instance. No, this is reality. Currently, for example, in Low Sound, this is a reality, yes.
The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Once again, to Anderson, page 131. Just looking at the allocation for BTVI under subsidies, page 131? Page 131. When I look at heads, and I love my questions, 251-1206, allocation to UB. Then when I look at 251-1207, allocation to BTVI, maybe the disparities because of the student population. But my question is, on the scholarship side, I look at scholarship and grants for, sorry. Yes, outside the comparison. I was just wondering why there's such a disparity with respect to the numbers. And just let me pose the question. With respect to the scholarships, I noticed that for international scholarships, 282-1111, we have an allocation of 14 million. For UB, we have 18.5 million, but for BTVI, we have 4.6 million. And I'm wondering why BTVI is so low compared to the others, maybe population, whatever. The reason is, I just like some clarity to be given on that.
I'm trying to follow what you're saying. Item University of the Bahamas that you referred to, that is the annual subvention to support the university's operations in the upcoming academic year. The additional funding is budgeting for loan interest payment on behalf of that institution. In the case of BTVI, it's also the annual subvention to support the institution's operations during the upcoming academic year. The additional funding is budgeting for loan interest payment on behalf of the institution. On the issue of scholarships, that's an allocation to fund international scholarships awards to eligible students during the upcoming academic year. That is a combination of the technical scholarship, the grant, and then you have the public school scholars, or the high, what do they call it, the top ranking students, the merit, the All Bahamas Merit Scholarship. That would include those variations in the offerings. This is a subvention.
There's a particular item here that is of interest to me, given that it specifically concerns Long Island. This is on page 131, item number 282-1616. That is grant to the Long Island Museum. Now, recently, there was a young lady there who's gone back into the classroom. She was running the operation, but one of the concerns that has been had over the years, Angleton, is that the allocation could be increased. I know that it is carried over 30,000 year over year, but in future, I would submit a possible increase to that allocation. I know that is something that has been communicated to me on numerous occasions by persons at the museum. Nonetheless, we thank you.
Moved and seconded that head 38 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 38 is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that head 40 is agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 40 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 40 is agreed.
Mr. Chair, I move that head 43 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 43 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 43 is agreed. Let's go. Let's go.
Move that head 44 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 44. The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
One question I have, Mr. Chair, under item 2721115, under Special Food Assistance Program. What, under 2721115, Special Food Assistance Program, there was an allocation of 500,000, the same allocation for 500,000, but it doesn't appear that in the first 9 months any funds were spent. What does this allocation represent, and why in the first 9 months it doesn't appear anything was spent during those first 9 months.
Special food assistance. The funds are earmarked for funding for organization or operating food programs.
Sorry, it is.
Funds are earmarked to provide funding for organizations operating feeding programs for vulnerable individuals. Now, yeah.
Is there still going to be a, no, this wasn't, not a new line item. This would have been allocated in 24, 25. So I'm just asking why during the first 9 months, nothing was spent? Yeah,
I'm lost.
yeah, there's an allocation. 500,000. So my question is, why during the first 9 months, nothing was spent? That's my question.
Give me a minute to. East Grand Bahama. The funds were actually spent in the last 3 months of the budget. If you look at the allocations that came from food assistance that are above where we had the increase. So what happened was early on, we gave those organizations like the Red Cross, the feeding program for Singing Bishop, for
That's enough, man. More than enough there.
PDF, Pastor Louis Angel, right? Relax, but also you also realize that some of those organizations had increased and was spent on the back end.
Thank you, Chairman. In line item 2721105, children with special needs, there is no increase from the amount of this current year, 330,000 into next year, but there's continued cries from parents for additional assistance and more programs. Why did social services not look to allocate under this line item? And if it's allocated somewhere else that's going to make a difference in more lives of families with children that have special needs, where would those be?
Increase of some 130-odd thousand. So that, along with the other programs that have the increases of some $3 million, it'll be made up there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Under page 139-27200. Yeah, 139. Which one is this?
27.
Because that's not a line item. That's under other payments. Under
Social assistance benefits.
okay, yeah, that's all. What the question is, the entire block, some at 15.9 was spent through 9 months. As per the expenditure, 21. I don't understand what you're asking. Then there's some food assistance funding. Recipients are complaining about direct assistance program down on us. So I guess the question is in terms of that entire block, under social assistance benefits. The question is, under the first 9 months, only 15.9 really was spent. But if we look at the year before, 30 million was spent. So why is there such it appears to be a slowdown in terms of spending on social assistance benefits, and for the entire sort of line items for the whole block. So I'm looking at it in terms of a total. So why is the spending on the direct social assistance benefits down almost 6 million year on year? And it appears that the public's need has increased, but the spending in terms of what was spent seems to have decreased, when the public need seems to have increased. We're looking at the total sort of spend under that block. And it appears from the first 9 months that there was a decrease in spending, because the first 9 months, only 15 million was spent. If we look at what was spent the year before, an entire 30 million was spent. So if we assess what the public's need is, that the public's need would have increased, why is there an apparent decrease in terms of the entire spend?
I said I think in my budget presentation, that there was a purge of our members. During COVID, there was no reassessments that were done over that 4-year period. Since the reassessments that were done in January of this year, as I stated in the budget, that there have been people who are on assistance who are now back to work. And so the need were less. I stated that there were some areas like temporary shelters and stuff where there was a demand, but on the whole, because of the drop in unemployment and people going back to work, there was a purge of individuals who were receiving assistance who were not.
It was moved and seconded that it had 44B. Senator is recognized.
Thank you. Back to my earlier point, you indicated that it's under disabilities and the other increases. I do not see a line item for disabilities, so that's potentially my ignorance for now under this head. Other areas where monies have increased, grants to charitable organizations, there's several, probably close to 100, but only 85,000 has been added to that. There is the Naomi Christie Center that received what I can calculate as a 32,000 increase, and there's the Columbus House for Girls that's received a $2,000 increase. That's nothing significant for social services, so where is the large amount that might cover the need of families with children with special needs?
Increase to Persis Rogers of 50,000. There was an increase to Abilities Unlimited of 75,000.
It was moved and seconded that it had 44 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, none. Had 44 as agreed.
Can we be given the line items for those? Percy Rogers, for instance?
44 is agreed. We moved ahead to the next head.
45 in its entirety is agreed.
It was moved and seconded that it had 45 be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item 2821424 what accounts for a decrease of 1.5 million. 2821424 urban renewal. And additionally, Michael, for the line item right beneath that, Urban Renewal Authority, new line item there, 1.5 million. Just bring some clarity for us on that, please.
The chair recognizes Carmichael.
Those two are obviously connected. The decrease was transferred to the newly established Urban Renewal Authority, so you will see it's under that new line item right there. That's all it was, just transferred.
The chair recognizes Pinewood.
For the member for St. Anne's, it came to, the two organizations came under two charitable organizations.
Excuse me, members, if we've passed ahead, we'll proceed, because if you
Right.
get up, then you will have to allow them to respond,
Right.
and that's going to be protracted. So we could address that at another time, members. Continue. You're done with, yeah? It was moved and seconded that Head 45 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 45 is agreed. That's, Golden Gates.
Mr. Chair, I move that Head 47 is agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Head 47 be agreed. Those in
Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Marco City.
47, the line item is 228-1149. 100,000 is reflected both 24-25, 25-26. Wanted to know in the first instance, 282-1433, why this appropriation, the money in here is placed here each year. How is this spent towards policy, and what particular policy has emanated from it? And that's, let me restate the number, 228-1149. My apologies. 100,000 reflected for 2 consecutive years. Wanted to know which policy emerged from that
Chair
allocation.
recognizes Garden Hills.
The chair, that's for the National Youth Policy.
Is that going to be introduced shortly to Parliament, or what is your projected time with respect to that?
It's right after the summer break.
Excellent. Continuing, 282-1416, 2,500,000 in 24-25, 3,500,000 for the next year. What is the $1 million increase going to cover?
It's about the lack of maintenance and operation at the National Sports Authority. That funds is there to ensure that they now operate in the rightful manner they should have been operating.
Thank you.
So it's moved and seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Line item 228-1113, Bahamas Anti-Doping Commission, estimated to go up by 50,000 from 350 to 400,000. Are we having more need for anti-doping tests, or is there an international requirement that we increase amounts paid to them? What's the reason for this 50,000 increase?
If he would look and see that that 50,000 was taken away some time back, and the operational for the anti-doping in order to have the amount of tests needed because of the athletes we have producing now at the highest level, we must have those fundings necessary for that. And that's the reason it went back to the original amount.
Nils, and notice on page 144, item 225-1343, we have maintenance and upkeep of swimming pools. Question, the pool for Grand Bahama, is that covered under Capital Works, or where is that reflected in your budget? Was that Ministry of Works?
And that under Capital Works, Ministry of Finance.
251-1208, National Art Gallery, there's a $600,000 increase current year into next year. What can the public expect to see by way of improved facilities at the National Art Gallery that cost $600,000?
Mr. Chair, that has nothing to do with any increase of any capital works, but has an increase to the need again for the National Art Gallery. Is moving island to island and providing operations as stated in my speech, and for that need again employment and other things necessary to ensure that they do what they need to do.
It was moved and seconded.
Question, page 144, item number 225-1342, sports field, sports facilities, maintenance. I want to know from the member for Garden Hills if, because he and I had a conversation about this through the year, if there's any allocation, whether here or in Capital Works, for any of the sports fields in Long Island.
is for minor repairs to sporting facilities here in New Providence. Any funds that's necessary to repair facilities in the Family Islands comes through Capital Works and Ministry of Works.
It was moved and seconded that head 47.
Mr. Chair, under 2291013, IAAF World Relay Games, there was a allocation for $1 million this year. That has been decreased to $450,000 for next year. What is the reason for the decrease? And then there was $500,000 spent in the first 9 months. Can you give us an indication as to what that $500,000 was spent on? And when do we anticipate the next IAAF relays will be held in the Bahamas?
Mr. Chair, this first question was why was the reduction of the amount? The reduction is because the Bahamas had made bid to host 2026, which we were, I wouldn't say unsuccessful, but was awarded the bid for 2028, and for that reason there was a reduction. And the reduction amount is there because of some international costs that we must pay to guarantee that it won't be canceled for 2028. Also, he asked the question about expense paid during the first 6 months. That was doing to wrap up the expense for the previous World Relays, which we will be laying very soon, the audit report as relates to that.
The chair recognizes central member.
Final question. Mr. Chairman, to the member for Garden Hills. Under item, page 146, 2821276, I noticed that there's an allocation of $100,000 per year for the Dundas Center, which is commendable. My question is, $100,000 for the Orange Economy, the Dundas Theater in Nassau. That's good enough? Say it again. All right. My question here is on behalf of the Orange Economy in Grand Bahama. The good member for Pine Ridge would note that during the fire, we both were at the Regency Theater in Freeport, which was damaged by smoke, and they had some issues there. Would any consideration be given to giving them an annual stipend with respect to their operations and maintenance? Because it's certainly needed.
Period, there was an allocation for fire repairs and remediation. So I believe that we have put in a request to the Ministry of Finance, so we should be able to assist with that.
Under that same line item, 2821276, this head doesn't seem to cover the amount that was given to the Dundas. Where would the amount, I think it was roughly 400,000 more, where would that appear?
You would have realized the head never had the funds to give to Dundas. That's why it came from the Ministry of Finance. But moving forward, we will take care of them every year.
It was moved and seconded that head 47 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 47 is agreed.
Move that head 48 is agreed.
It is moved and seconded that head 48 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 48 is agreed.
Move that head 49 be agreed. Second.
Need a seconder? It was moved and seconded that head 49. The chair recognizes in Barnabas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Line item 2821623. 2821623. We see a 100 and roughly 80+% increase for the Bahamas Trade Commission. Is there a particular focus that warrants the increase?
I would have thought you'll be applauding that, and perhaps you would be saying it's not enough. I'm happy for the opportunity to respond. the Trade Commission, with the global tariff issues that's impacting the whole global economy, right? We were a step ahead of it. And we had formed this Trade Commission to ensure that we could diversify the sources from which we would be able to obtain our food and groceries, right? And that was also in an effort to help alleviate the cost of living. The Commission has done an extremely good job. They are continuing their work. We're now sourcing from Brazil, Guyana, and the only issue now we are working on is the alignment for connectivity, so that goods will come directly to us as opposed to going someplace else, being cleared, stored, then coming here. So we are hoping to resource the Commission to enable us to diversify the source of our goods at a price that will source our goods to eliminate the middlemen, as it were, and to be able to pass on those savings to the people, our people. Our people, not mine, our people.
On that same line item, and just a follow-up question on the trade issues with the U.S. There was a 10% tariff that was placed, I guess, on most of the Caribbean countries, if not all the Caribbean countries. And other countries, other larger countries have been, initiating talks with the U.S. In terms of a trade agreement. How has the Caribbean or how has the Bahamas, if you could provide us with some update as to whether CARICOM has been initiating talks, or whether the Bahamas has been initiating talks, and if they have, how have those talks been? Have they, been successful? Have we achieved anything in terms of the tariffs?
When we think about tariff and issues of tariff war, it has to do with what they call the trade deficits of country. We are in a deficit with trade because we don't export like other countries, and in particular, not as much as some of our colleagues in the Caribbean. Yes, the CARICOM did in fact had a representative that appeared before Congress and made the case as to what impact it's going to have on the region, and in particular those regions that access the U.S. market. Our market, of course, is particularly the seafood with lobsters and other marine products. So at the moment, we are not as affected as many of our other Caribbean countries. But we are watching what we have been advised. We want to be, as a CARICOM region, believe in multilateralism, meaning that let us as a group speak. Unfortunately, the Americans' policy to date is to be more bilateral. And that is an issue that we are working out. In fact, that is one of the top items on our agenda at our next heads meeting, which will be held within a couple of weeks. But we are looking into these issues. But like I said, not knowing what is coming, we have been preparing ourselves. We are driven to look at it, and we have accelerated our efforts in the context of addressing initiatives to lower the cost of living. And one thing we recognize is that we needed to diversify the origin from which we get our goods. And for example, most of our goods, well, first of all, we know who control the wholesale market in food in this country. It's no different from prior to 1968. We know who control the shipping to the Bahamas. Likewise, no different from prior to 68. 67, yeah. And what I want, wish to look at and consider, ask yourself, why would it cost a pallet of goods from Miami to Nassau about $400? And that same pallet of goods could go to Barbados for under $200. And those are some of the, and once we have been looking at those issues, those structural issues that we say inform the high cost of living in the Bahamas, we would be attempting to tackle that even before these issues arose. And so we are continuing in that regard.
Sort of line item and subject. At some point, there was a question raised about importing goods and privatizing this importing of goods, and which would have, where this private company was adding this additional fee onto importing goods. I think through air service, as the items came in through the air service, it was a private company, had to go through it. Customs was allowing this private company to deal with it. Is that still going on? What was because again, the question was always raised as to what is the cost, and does that not increase the cost of goods overall because you're now adding this additional fee?
Clearly would increase the cost of goods to our consumers. And that's not a construct that I would embrace. What we have been doing, and I trust this is not being mischaracterized, is attempting to get a number of the shop owners to pool their resources to buy in bulk from persons in Brazil, for example. And we're putting it all in the one container, so we get like 5 or 10 of the grocery stores here in Nassau, and we have already started that, and hopefully we'll have some of the goods coming in very shortly. That's what the Trade Commissioner has been doing. But they were going to pool the resources, buy in bulk, and we were facilitating that to the Trade Commission. They'll buy at a low price, we'll bring them in without going through any middleman, and they will be able to get their goods here directly. So it's not privatizing it. We don't hope to do that.
Go.
Oh, I'm not aware of that.
The chair recognizes Marco City.
Yes, page 150, line item 225-1162, the blue economy. The previous year allocation appears not to have been used. 75,000 is allocated. Wanted to know what exactly that's for, and any particular reason was not utilized previously. And the same question a similar question for the orange economy. The amount, again, seems rather small, 75,000. Is it that you have it spread across multiple ministries?
Again, when we talk about the orange economy, you see it is spread all over. You see we're doing CAPUS, that's orange economy. Right, we're doing that. We are assisting Zundus, that's the orange economy. So it's, right, we empower Grand Bahama, that's the orange economy. So it is spread in other line items, as you can see. So this is that item was just to maintain and to keep focus on what we call the orange economy. Now, in respect to the blue economy, the blue economy is now being driven by a public-private partnership with the government, and that partnership is funding a lot of the efforts to maximize the benefits from our blue economy, more particularly in the carbon market.
With respect to, for example, the performing arts school, it's my understanding there's an attempt to raise 10 million. The seed capital for it, what is then the total amount of that seed capital towards the school?
I don't have that number at hand, but the drivers of this initiative for me indicated that $1 million from government in this fiscal year would be sufficient. It is thought that and in our own discussions and advancing of this initiative, we think that the creative community, and particularly those who are fond of the arts, are prepared, and they have identified already some donors towards that program. And that is going on. We have already identified the building where the school will start. The Minister of Education could tell you about that, and they're working on that. And in fact, the auditioning started over the last several months for the first lot of students.
The minister just mentioned that the subvention to the Dundas will be annual. That's the 350 on an annual basis. What is, or it will add up to that amount? Yeah.
We provided them a lump sum to help bring the Dundas. We provided them what they requested of us to bring the Dundas back to 7 level. And in talking with them, right, I realized, and I know they didn't even request it, but in talking to them, I realized that it would be useful and helpful to provide at least a sum each year. And I came up with $100,000 to help them with their operational expenses and ongoing costs. Because hopefully at the end of the day, we hope that they'll be self-sufficient and earning enough to take care of themselves and the creatives who participate in the events they have there.
With respect to item 2251103, the marketing area, what specifically is involved in terms of the marketing and promotions that's done through this line item? That's 2251103.
That's for the financial services promotion, training, and courses and sponsorship to international events.
To 1614, other grants, $500,000 allocated previously, $500,000 once again. What are other grants? 281614.
Grant for the Bahamas Financial Services Board. Yeah.
Line item 2251103, marketing promotion. Marketing and promotion, you have a budget this year of $300,000, but in the first 9 months of the year, you've already spent $300,000. Does that mean A, you've not done any marketing since March, or B, you're over budget?
Was spent in the first 9 months, which doesn't necessarily mean there is an ongoing activity. May have been paid slightly in advance for continuance through the remainder of the year.
Now, with the upcoming year, it increases by $200,000. Can you tell us what the marketing campaigns are that have caused this budget not only to be $300,000 but $200,000 more?
Specifically, no, but $200,000 in addition for promotion of financial services wouldn't be considered significant.
Again, $200,000 is significant to many Bahamians. There is a issue with, I can't find the line item where all these Starbucks coffees are coming from. Is there a line item in a head that covers all of these Starbucks coffees that I think somebody's driver is collecting?
Sinans, can you please have a seat? Let's keep all of our questions grounded in line items. We're doing pretty good. We've gotten thus far without any disturbances. I think Marco City is leading the charge on that, and very great conduct during this, and so we want to continue that. The chair recognizes Marco City.
Very much. Item 225-1115, the 150 for the previous period, 240,381. What specific consultancy is being funded in this case? This is 225-1115, consultancy services. Yeah, the figures look different.
That's consistent moving into the future. Again, we don't have the specifics as what specific consultancy it is, but as you would imagine, financial services is a broad industry with international implications. So we would expect there to be some consultancy in that
It was moving second.
Mr. Chair, under 252-1009, support 252-1009, support for Small Business Development Center. You allocated 1.9 for it. You allocated 1.9 for next year, but only 419 was spent in the first 9 months. Is this just operational cost, or is this also for business grants and so on? And why such a small amount would have been spent during the first 9 months?
operational costs, but as you would recall, East Grand Bahama, there would be cash flows, there would be loan guarantees, et cetera. There would be partnerships with other small business development agencies like the Tourism Development Corporation, et cetera. So that covers the subventions mainly for operational costs. But the amount of money going into the hands of Bahamians is significantly more.
It was moved and seconded that Head 49 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 49 is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chair, that Head 51 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that Head 51 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 51 is agreed.
I now move that Head 53 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that Head 53 be agreed.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Marco City.
Line item 225-1115, $4.8 million last year and again this year. What are the consultancy services that this amount covers?
This is a consistent amount for tugboat services contracts.
Or globally throughout the country?
Province.
Thank you.
It's moving. It was moved and seconded that Head 53 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 53 is agreed.
I now move that Head 54 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that Head 54. The chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you very much. Page 158, 224, 1209, relative to vehicle license supplies. Why, despite the allocation and spending here, there has been a chronic shortage of license plates over the last 2 years? What is the specific issue, and when will that situation end? And has anyone been held accountable for the dysfunction?
There's been no dysfunction at the road traffic department. We do have license, and sometimes our printers have issues. And once we got assistance from the Ministry of Works, we're able to process the plates, and that has been resolved.
Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Sinans.
You'll probably ask me to sit down so you can proceed, but in head 53,
We've addressed head 53. We are now on head 54. You'll have another time to bring up any questions relative to head 53.
where are all the port fees that will be coming in now?
Have a seat, Sinans.
From the port.
Sinans. You don't have to answer that question. We're moving on to the next head. Let's move on to the next head.
And I'll move, Mr. Chair, that head 55 be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that head 55 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 55. Are you standing to oppose 55?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Those are your instructions. Under line item 211101, there is a decrease in the amount payable for salaries permanent and pensionable. It's a decrease of $3,000. Who is being let go that is providing a savings of $3,000?
We've had quite a number of our meteorologists retired, and so that's what the decrease accounts for.
It's moved and seconded that head 55 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 55 is agreed.
56 be agreed.
Second.
It is moved and seconded that head 56 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Page 163, looking at the entire block, 22510EE services. There are critical elements, items like planning, research, support for farmers, feed mill, and maintenance, where spending is zero or very low. Only 3.4 million of the 11.9 million have been spent in this critical block to support agriculture and fisheries. I just wanted to raise a question about just the amount for that particular category. It appears to be a little low. How is it? How does one plan to remedy that through any other line item?
Sorry, could you?
Marco City, can you please repeat the line item? No, I'm saying,
possibly,
the line item,
yes,
I was
sir.
looking, that's globally at the block. That is page 163, 22510EE.
And it may be useful to repeat the question again, sir? It may be.
It just appeared that that amount, given the amount of categories that were mentioned, that the allocation appeared to be low. Was it being supplemented by some other line item? That was the question.
The chair recognizes Centerville.
Marcus, you were referring to services. I'll confirm that for you, and I'll get back to you on that.
If you would indulge, I heard on yesterday you'd mentioned there was a 26% increase in production. Was that for a particular item or across the entire sector? I didn't quite follow
Listen, across the entire sector of agriculture, forestry, and marine resources. That was a figure that came from the World Bank through their accounting for a combination of all three.
Corresponding dollar value in saving. Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes Sinans.
Consultancy services at 2251115. They're going from this year 220,000 to 346,600 in the coming year. Where are the nationals coming from, if not the Bahamas, that are consuming this increase for consultancy services? And there's been a recent post on social media of an individual that seemed to be asleep at a public space in his vehicle. The social media post maybe worth correcting now whether it was true or not, but was identified as being a consultant that was working under the Ministry of Agriculture.
First, I'll address your second question first. I have not seen the social media post, so I can't respond to that. What was the first aspect of your question?
Over $120,000 of the people's money going towards consultants. Are they coming from the Bahamas or overseas, and which countries if overseas? Mr. Chairman, you want me to repeat the line item for them? It's going to waste time.
Can you please identify it?
Yeah. I'll repeat it for them. 225-1115.
Well, that's a combination, Senat. That would be a combination of local and international consultants. For example, Marco City could probably inform you, we had a pineapple project that took place in Eleuthera. That was a combined effort of local and international consultants. One was Shakara Lightman, a local agriculture consultant. I think Marco City is familiar with her. But she was also joined by agricultural consultants from Costa Rica as we were exploring what is known as a Rosa Pina, or pink pineapple. So it's a combination. There was also consultancy services from international agencies such as CARDI, and as well as in reference to issues relating to climate change and the bulk waste containers at Awaki that I spoke about also yesterday. That was also a combined effort of international and local consultants that's related.
The chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you. Minister, on page 164, 2271022, the National Advisory Council budget appears to have been eliminated. Is that being funded otherwise, or you've reconfigured that organization?
Ministry of Finance.
Carrying out the same function?
Yes.
Any particular reason why? That
they've been transferred to the
Minister of Finance, any particular reason that item would have been transferred to Ministry of Finance? Jesus, I mean, why is it better suited? Why would the Agriculture Advisory Council be better suited in the Ministry of Finance?
Look, see, matters of policy and governance, you ought not to question. I said we think it's better suited there. That's what we will do. Now, if you ever have the opportunity, you could put it where you think it's suited.
Member for Cat Island, I only ask because, I mean, you probably in your wisdom have a good reason for putting it there that could be educational and useful for all of us. I'm just trying to understand what is your thinking with respect to that. That's all I'm asking.
Respectfully, Marco City, the question has been asked.
Just please, just allow me to complete the question. So Prime Minister, I'm just asking, just for our edification, for my education, why would you place it there? What additional advantage it would give to the committee? That's the question I just wanted to ask.
Often they want to speak to me,
yes,
right, and the minister, and very often they require directives from me.
Okay.
Very often I'd want to speak to them, okay, right, and therefore it's better for me to be able to have them right next to me. Is that satisfactory?
So,
thank you very much.
Just 1 second, Sanaz. For future reference, there may be sometimes on this side I may have to say asked and answered, and you will have to accept that. And so it may not be towards on this side, and so you will not be able to proceed to answer once it's said asked and answered. Yeah.
Well done, Mr. Chairman. Well done. 225-1130. 225-1130. Support for farmers. has a budget this year of $500,000. In the first 9 months, not a single dollar is identified as being spent in support for farmers. Is there a reason why none of the $500,000 allocated for this year has been spent in the first 9 months for farmers?
He didn't hear your question, Marcus. He didn't. I don't think he heard your first question.
You asked and answered it? Okay. Did he also answered the feed mill, why it's gone from 700,000 to zero?
Centerville, I put it to you that that's been asked and answered, and therefore, there should be no reason to answer that question. Yeah, it's been moved and seconded that head 56 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 56 is agreed.
I now move that head 57 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 57 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 57 is agreed. For Freetown?
60. I now move Central Grand Bahama 60. I now move that heads 58 and 50. Oh, it's only 58. 58 be agreed. There's no head 50. No.
I didn't hear you.
I now move that head 58 be agreed.
It's moved and seconded that head 58 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 58 is agreed.
I now move that head 60 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 60. I recognize Central Grand Bahama. He was up first.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Page 169 to the member for Tall Pines. Responsibility allowance. I note line item 211, 2115. We are going from 190,000 to 76,000, and also for doctors on call allowance 211, 2128. It's only $21,250. Is that adequate? Why the fall off? And also this new item, is that really adequate? It seems to be a bit low for doctors on call.
Yeah, by way of Central, these numbers are adequate. We are now putting a wide cross-section of doctors in the Family Islands, and because of that, what we have now is more doctors in place doing their regular times rather than us allowing on call. So we're addressing the shortages of doctors throughout the Family Islands and in Nassau. Yeah.
The chair recognizes Long Island.
I have a number of questions. First, I want to take the member for Tall Pines to page 170, item number 2281114, and that is longevity, stem cell, and gene therapy research. I note an allocation of $250,000 for the 2024-2025 fiscal period, and another allocation of $250,000 for this period. What is being done as it relates to stem cell and gene therapy? Like, we see the allocation, but we haven't heard much about what is being done.
Thank you so much. If you recall, we passed the longevity and stem cell legislation, and it's now enacted. The board is already formed. The ethics committee is formed. We are now renovating a location where we will operate from, and we also launch a digital platform called LATA, which means that anyone who applied to be a part of this industry in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas can do it digitally. It's state-of-the-art, and as you can see, right now we've allocated $250,000, but we anticipate with the licenses that would be issued, this particular line item, we will pump money into the Treasury. And in doing so, it will become self-sufficient, and some of this money that you will see coming back in next year's budget will be a direct reflection of the industry in full bloom in the country. The $250 is being spent because we have to find a place. We have to put certain things in place. We need to put a digital platform, organize it, because we do not want people to come in and sit
down with an application. We are online. This is an online platform for the entire industry, and it takes resources to put that online platform in place. And so we are renovating a location in Caves Village. That location will be completed soon. It will be manned by various different specialties, and we would also have other representatives from other ministries at this location to try to create a rapid one-stop shop so that we can issue licenses and then move it on to the Ministry of Health, where we will determine exactly whether the technology is adequate and safe for the Commonwealth.
Member for Tall Pines to page 171. At the very top, item number 2281189. That's the National Organ Transplant Program. And there was an allocation this year of 1.5 million. In fact, it was 1,590,000. And we see that repeated for the upcoming fiscal year. A day or two ago, there was a kidney transplant operation. And I understand it was successful. We see this $1.5 million allocation. How much of that was spent on that operation a few days ago? And what does the $1.5 million entail entirely?
This particular line item, as you can see, for the last 2 years, it's in place. A lot of preparatory steps, training of individuals, actually dealing with digital platforms, trying to get the Princess Margaret Hospital ready for this kind of procedures, and ultimately to be able to do what we have done 2 days ago. If you look at the line item going into 26-27, you'll see it's increased, because now that we have all the nuts and bolts in place, and we can go through the process for all of the screening to see whether or not someone matched with a live donor, that costs money as well. And once that's done, we would have a lineup of individuals who qualify for the transplant, and we will start the process. As far as the cost for what has happened, I will get back to you on that. I don't have that figure in my possession, but it required the purchase of equipment, medications, all kinds of different factors in order to do it. But I want to make it clear that the team that is here from the Caribbean Surgeons Association at the conference, they volunteered their services, so we did not have to pay for the Trinidad and Barbados specialists who assist our surgeons and transplant experts.
The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama allow Long Island. This is probably his last question. Allow him to wrap up.
This line item. Do you think that 1.5 million is adequate for a national organ transplant program? Would that be adequate in the long run?
You know, it's clear that there's about 600 or 700 people in the country who suffer from end-stage renal disease. It doesn't mean that everyone who is on dialysis will be ready for transplant. So it's very difficult to make a determination of the cost. I believe we're going to have to increase the line item. These things are expensive and require a lot of moving parts. And so I can keep the House up to date of where we are with it. But as it stands now, it's adequate because we are ramping it up as we go.
Good job, Doc. Tall Pines. I also note on page 170, item number 2281121, Holistic Services Secretariat. And you'd see here the allocations for that began in 2023-2024 at $300. Then it went to $139. And then it went to $1,000 for 24-25. And now it's $1,000 for 25-26. What is this Holistic Services Secretariat, and why is the allocation so low?
I'll get back to you on that. It is someone who is responsible for the whole aspect of holistic care. But I'll get back to you on that because a lot of what is happening in there is already captured in my wellness unit. But I'll get back to you on that.
The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My final question to Tall Pines, page 169, at the top of the page, 2111101, on the salary, permanent, and pensionable. So perhaps it's between you and Golden Gates. I noticed that there is an increase of some $3 million for salary. I guess that's the public service. My question is, does that also cover the staff of the PHA or only persons in the public service?
For the PHA that covers their staff. This is the Ministry of Health. And the Ministry of Health is now building capacity. And in doing so, we are hiring new staff. This number also deals with increments, promotion, and reassessment of staff. And so a lot is going on in the ministry in order for us to build capacity and to be able to provide services in a timely fashion and to fill a lot of the gaps that currently exist.
It's moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Sinance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have line item 2112-105, risk and hazard allowance. It's being decreased by $76,400, give or take. Why is that being decreased when we continue to see waste uncollected at the facilities in Grand Bahama? Is the risk not increasing on that mere fact alone? And then you also have the issue of water not being on in parts of PMH recently. Is that not a further risk? Why has the hazard and risk allowance been decreased?
As far as risk allowance, it has to do with staff. It does not have to do with function of the hospital itself. I know you made reference to some pictures that were on social media at Durand Memorial Hospital, where the incinerator at Durand Memorial Hospital does not meet the environmental standards. We have been in negotiations with the Grand Bahama, I think it's the Freeport Health Services, or no, the Freeport landfill. They are in the sanitation services, thank you. They are in the process of purchasing an incinerator under the Hawks-Creek Agreement. Medical waste as well as other waste is the responsibility of the Grand Bahama Port Authority. So my ministry is in negotiations with sanitation. They're going to purchase an incinerator, and we would sub those services out to sanitation. What's happening now is because of the incinerator and the environmental impact from the smoke, we are exporting medical waste from Grand Bahama to New Providence. And the pictures indicated some of the bags that were picked up at the various clinics before they are containerized for export. And so if you were to look back at the pictures, you will see that someone who wanted to create mischief took it while they were there and did not follow up to make sure that the pictures correspond with what was placed in the containers. That problem will be resolved shortly, and all medical waste at clinics, private and public, will eventually be the responsibility of sanitation services with a new incinerator that they're purchasing.
We hear several complaints from persons attending our public hospital and our clinics, but at line item 225-1337, operation of facilities and other services, the budget is going down from this year of $1,159,850 to $284,850. That's a decrease for operation and facilities and other services of roughly $800,000. You also have a decrease at line item 225-1128, fees and other charges, of roughly $1,300,000. And then finally on this topic, line item 224-1299, other supplies and materials are being decreased by $400,000. With so many issues at PMH and elsewhere, why is it that so many of these administrative costs are able to be reduced?
First of all, what you're reading has nothing to do with the PHA. The PHA has a line item in my budget, and that line item was increased by $22 million, if you go back and look at it. What you're seeing here is operational facilities. These facilities are facilities where administrative staff are located in the ministry, and because of some of the facilities are being managed by other line items, what you're seeing is reflective of the upkeep of Capitol House, the Colina building, and these are lease buildings that are the responsibility for us to upkeep. And so this is not reflective of the PHA, it's not reflective of any of our hospitals. These are administrative facilities that we rent for accommodation, and those facilities are being reduced because a lot of those individuals are now back at our ministry.
When you came in as minister, you added wellness to the Ministry of Health. You have a advertising and public notices budget and a marketing promotion budget at line item 225-1102, advertising and public notices. That's remained the same last year to coming year. And 225-1103, marketing and promotion. If we are seeking prevention as the best cure, I can't identify the last wellness campaign that your ministry rolled out, who participated in it, and why, if we aren't improving our overall health as a nation, is there not more campaigns that would cause these budgets to increase?
Wellness budget is responsible for a lot of the public relations necessary to change behavioral patterns throughout the country. Even though you may not see anything that our unit is doing, we are doing a lot in the community. We have been to just about every island in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. I have an event coming up very soon that is to motivate behavioral changes. We have experts in our ministry who are responsible for ensuring that we work diligently with all private sector groups. We have completed pilot projects with the Pan American Health Organization that would guide us into principles and programs that would change behaviors. And so I beg to differ with you that the unit is not doing anything. We are doing a lot, and as a matter of fact, I will give you some information of an event that we're supposed to have. I can't remember the exact date. Our last event was extremely successful. We had a huge turnout, and we partner with private sector groups that is changing behavioral patterns throughout the country. It is tied in with our health and promotion, our health promotion and wellness bill that I would debate right after this budget, and you will get a better understanding of how wellness unit and how our legislative transformative changes will bring meaningful results to reduce the incidence of chronic non-communicable diseases in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
It's Better the Bahamas Tourism Campaign. What is the wellness campaign? What is the name for it?
It's not a line item, but we had a launch which is called Move Bahamas, very similar to Caribbean Moves, which is a part of the Pan American Health Organization, to get people to move away from their sedentary lifestyle, to understand the concepts of nutrition. It's called Move Bahamas, and we have another event coming up very shortly.
It was moved and seconded that Head 60 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 60 is agreed. Head 60 is agreed. Okay.
On line item 224-1260, Health and Wellness Program, there's a 1.5 allocation for last year, 1.5 allocation for this year. But for the first 9 months, it seems like only 300,000 was spent. The time before that, 400,000. Why haven't you sort of been able to spend all of the funds that were allocated under this? Because again, it seems that the need for the health and wellness is great. So why haven't you sort of been able to spend those allocated funds?
First of all, what you see allocated, more of it was spent. I indicated very carefully that once you institute a wellness unit, I'm waiting on the Health Promotion and Wellness Bill, which will be the document that guides the function of the Health and Wellness Unit. Also, the Health and Wellness Unit is based on a scientific approach to behavioral changes and lifestyle modifications. We have done programs, pilot programs, in collaboration with our international partners that are evidence-based. And these evidence-based programs are about to be launched throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. very similar to my transplant program. You implement these lines, and then you realize people need to be trained. You need to be able to have all the moving parts in place before you can spend the money wisely and effectively to get positive results.
$2281124, Chief Medical Office. There seemed to be a new line item, $875,000. What is that going to cover?
On coming to office, we realized that the Chief Medical Office of the Ministry of Health and Wellness was understaffed and underfunded. We brought in a consultant in conjunction with the Pan American Health Organization who guide us on what is necessary to restructure the office of the CMO. This is reflective of what is going to happen in this budget cycle to restructure it, to make sure the manpower resources in place. And under the new regime, we have the chief medical officers, and then we have some deputy chief medical officers. All of this is necessary to be able to break the archipelago into stages, into pieces, where you have focus-driven attention to each area rather than overloading one individual. So very soon you will begin to see it and look at some of the new legislative reforms that's coming that incorporates the function of the CMO, and we need to take it to a higher level, and we need manpower resources as well as other resources in order to do it. That's why that's in here.
Under 2511213, Public Hospital Authority, I see where there was an increase in the allocation for the Public Hospital Authority, 2511213, Public Hospital Authority. There was an increase in the allocation for this. When we met with the senior management of the PHA, we meaning the Public Accounts Committee, their evidence to us was that they were severely underfunded, and that they needed a great deal more resources. Is the $247 million, is that sufficient? And sort of how far is that from what they really need to be able to cover all of the needs that is required? How far off is that figure?
Interesting question. Healthcare is an expensive business. I think every minister here have wishful thinking to get more money. The Ministry of Finance has given us an additional increase of $22 million. We're going to have to work with that. But I can say this much, that when it comes to health, if there's a challenge, we can always go back to the Ministry of Finance, because there's sometimes unforeseen circumstances. But we have a $22 million increase, and we're satisfied with what we have gotten. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, if it just, the reason the member for East Grand Mama was asking is we certainly stand with you in terms of the scarcity of resources, but we know that every year the team at PHA, they project a particular number, and then they look at the gap between that particular number and what is actually allocated. And then in that space, obviously we know there are some things that you just won't be able to get done this year, and so you'll have to prioritize. All we were trying to do is get a sense. I mean, I think it's beneficial for the public to appreciate, you know, that we don't have infinite resources, so we're just trying to get a sense of what is that gap between the ideal as put forth by your team and what you are actually able to do given the size of this budget. And then how are you prioritizing, if you will, that gap?
No, it's a good question. We go to the Ministry of Finance every year with a projected budget of what we feel is necessary to run the Public Hospitals Authority. I'm pleased to report that the projected increase of $22 million appears to be satisfactory. But there's always unforeseen circumstances in health. There are illnesses that people get that you can't really project for, and you have to be able to make the difference. But I want to make it very clear that we're satisfied with the $22 million increase. I believe that when we look at our shortfalls every year, I think it falls within the parameters of where we fall short. And so we're going to try to make it work. And we are following the philosophies to try to do more with less.
It was moved and second.
Under item 2821603, Nursing Council, that appears to be a new allocation of $210,000. What does that new allocation cover?
We have passed the new Nurses and Midwives Act. It took us a while to be able to finalize the regulations. We believe that to bring this act into complete force, we needed this resources, and we're working with the council in order for us to expedite it. We have the new nurse practitioners. That's going to take a little bit of resources to put in place and get across the country. And so that's the reason why that new line item was put in place, to accommodate the new act coming into force.
It was moved and seconded that head 60 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 60 is agreed.
5 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I have two questions concerning this particular head. Page 174, item number 2251355. That's 174, item number 2251355. This National Beautification Program. We see here an allocation in this fiscal period of $1.9 million. And then we see another, they went up a little bit by roughly $5,000 and increased is now $2 million for the upcoming fiscal period. My concern is that I want to know if this National Beautification Program would also impact my constituency, because we've somehow been hopped over, and I want to know if there's some part of this that's going to be allocated to the or put towards the beautification of Long Island, seeing that we are part of the National Beautification Program, or should be.
Chair recognizes Yamakro.
Province, various family islands. So we can give you further detail on what's included for Long Island, but the family islands. New Providence and family islands.
Members, if we could just quiet down so that he can hear Yamakro.
I hear Yamakro. I'm saying, is Long Island specifically going to be a beneficiary?
Specifics, but it is New Providence and now expanded to the family islands.
Mr. Chair, I have another question.
Yes, sir.
Page 173, but I whom now? Page 173, item number 22111-102, and that's concerning salary and contract workers. We see that in the last fiscal period, there was no allocation, zero. And for the upcoming fiscal period 25-26, there's an allocation of $189,250. We're wondering what warrants that allocation for contract workers?
Chair recognizes Yamakro.
That item is for salaries for contract employees in the post for the fiscal year 2025 and 2026. So that's why it's.
We know it. It clearly says it's for contract employees for this period, but are these employees being newly brought on? Are they being onboarded now or in this period? Are they already on? And where are they going to be situated?
Yes, those employees are on board in the fiscal year for 25-26.
The budget is seeing a decrease at line item 2251115 for consultancy services. It's going from 18,480,000 to zero. What happened to all those consultants that were receiving that money?
That's a line item that is for funding for landfill. It's transferred to line 2251360. So if you look at item 2251360, you will see that line item has been moved there.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is it Bahamians now being employed at the landfill management place, or are we still dealing with consultants? Because much has been made about eliminating consultants, but it seems that you've kept consultants, but now you've given them a company name. What's the difference in the structure between the consultants getting 18 million and landfill management services getting the exact same amount of money? $18 million, but now you're putting them under
The chair
landfill
recognizes the member for Yamakra.
The landfill, the item that is identified, that has existed under the previous administrations, and Hans may know. And so the persons that are, the item was just transferred to a different place. So it's not any major changes that he is suggesting. I answered the question already, Mr. Chair.
Just from my clarification, you're saying that those contracts existed under the former administration, and that's an obligation that was burdened, that was inherited by this administration. Just for clarification. Thank you very much. Just 1 second. That was for my edification and clarification. Thank you. Yeah.
2251199, other services. 2251199, other services. Is this funds that have been transferred to the bulk waste management, or is this sort of just stopped?
Is for the bulk waste and was transferred to, if you look at line item 2251359, you will see that transfer on that particular line item.
Since the issue of it coming under the last administration came up, I have the budget book for 23-24, which carries the line item 2021-2022, which is what you would have inherited. You would have inherited consultancy services of $17,678,754, but you've been running at $18,480,000. So is this a PLP administration, 1 million added, or do you not understand what inheritance is?
Sinanz, I'd like you to ground your questions in line items that has not been discussed already. So that's been discussed?
No, it hasn't.
Ground your questions in line items that have not been discussed.
So when I point out that you've actually added $1 million to what the last administration had, and that's because of your own intervention, which is not necessary.
It's
now time to shut the topic down. I'll have a seat from this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes you can be unnecessarily contentious. This administration could have stopped, canceled, and reviewed a contract, but the people were performing. It wasn't stop, cancel, and review. Sinanz, I'm sure, did some contract conclusion when he was with me, and contracts contain escalation clauses. So we are speaking about the $1 million, which was not addressed, and it's very simple. It's a contract by a private company that was engaged by the FNM that was doing a good job, and so the administration retained them. No big deal.
As it relates to that particular line item and all the questions that flowed from that, I deem that matter settled, and we can move on to a different line item. It was moved and seconded that head 65 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 65 is agreed.
Now move that head 66 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 66.
Mr. Chairman,
Chair recognizes Long Island.
Thank you, sir. This head, which concerns obviously the Family Islands, because many of our clinics fall under the Department of Public Health, I want to take the memo for Tall Pines to page 175, item number 2111102, that's salary and contract workers. I note an increase from 4.5 million to 6.2 million. And I'm wondering what warrants the increase as it relates to the contracted workers.
Thank you so much, Long Island. That line item speaks to the contractual appointments of some 23 doctors and 60 nurses to fill the gaps in the Department of Public Health, inclusive of some of the nurses that we brought in from Ghana. So you will begin to see in the Family Islands more doctors permanent in places rather than doctors going in and out to do locums. They will be permanent, which is very important in order to develop the relationships.
Tall Pines, given your response to that question, you would be aware that we have had rotating doctors. We usually have 2 doctors on the island, 2 fixed doctors. Are they in this allocation for contract workers, or they are doctors who are already in the system, permanent and pensionable? And are we going to get 2 doctors in this fiscal period for Long Island?
We brought in 10 doctors from Ghana. We're recruiting some additional Bahamian doctors, and the training process is ongoing. I cannot give you the exact allocation at this particular time, but I'll keep you up to date of where we are. But some doctors that we have recruited have to go through a training process, which can take a year, sometimes 2 years. But we are deploying some doctors in the Family Islands, ultimately to create a permanent doctor in the island where we could have that kind of relationship. I'll get back to you on the amount.
Chair recognizes Long Island.
We certainly need 2 doctors. We have had none, and we've always had 2. And right now, we have a rotating doctor. Yeah, so we have no fixed doctor, and we've had fixed doctors on the island for the last half century. For the last half century. No. He wasn't there. Not for 2 years. He was there for a few months, and then he left. But we had 2 doctors, one in the south and one in the north. And I'm inviting you that when you enter this new fiscal period, you send 2 doctors to Long Island, one for North Long Island, one for South Long Island. Mr. Chairman, I want to also take him to page 175, specifically item number 222-1101, rent. And that's rent and living accommodations. We see an increase from 2.1 million in the 2024-2025 fiscal period to 4.3 million. And we want to know what warrants the increase.
We are employing doctors and nurses, and they're not, no, we deploying, not employing. We're employing and deploying. We're deploying and employing. Absolutely, and so once they are deployed, they're not domiciled, and we have to pay rent.
Mr. Chairman, I also want to take the member to item number 2111, and that is shift and on-call allowance. We have we have allocation for fiscal year 24-25 of $179,511, and that has increased to $817,669, right? This is item number 2111, shift and on-call allowance. Right. Now, we see the increase from $179,511 to $817,669, right? I obviously been talking to you about doctors in my constituency, but I'm asking you, we see this increase, what warrants the increase?
The increase is directly related to appointments, because what happens is when you deploy staff. No, when you employ staff, you will find that they will be on call. Some of our doctors in the Family Islands are constantly on call, and once they're called upon, they have to respond. And in order to respond, they need to be compensated, and that's all that is. Because we're expanding our workforce, we have our doctors on call. In Long Island, they're on call. If someone needs them, 2 o'clock, you have doctors who, don't tell me you're a doctor in Long Island. Come on. Ah, please. No doctors in Long Island now?
No doctor. We have a rotating doctor who's coming to Long Island.
Come
And
on.
then
A rotating doctor is a doctor. The doctor is there. I'm not going to get into the argument. There's a doctor in Long Island. Please, that's a doctor. Where he's rotating or permanent is a doctor.
Permanent doctors, and we want you to tell us when we'll have 2 doctors in Long Island. That's what we really want. Mr. Chairman, I want to also take him to 100. I want to take him to page. I want to take him to page 176.
Which number? Sorry.
176. Page 176.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the item number is 228-1118. 228-1118, surveillance program. Tall Pines, I note there's an allocation of 50,000 in 24 and 25, and another 50,000 in 25, 26. I'm just curious as to what the surveillance program is. You heard me? No, I cited the allocations for both this period and the next period. I'm just curious about what this surveillance program entails.
Okay, the surveillance program is to monitor air, waterborne diseases. And it's important that we have funding available for surveillance factors, which is impact human life. Sometimes we find that we go into an area and there can be contaminated water that can affect human life. And so the surveillance is done on the island, but at the same time tie into our major surveillance unit. Sometimes we can have boats that come from different jurisdictions, and we can have infectious disease. And it's important for us to be able to have resources set aside in order to do so. We believe it's adequate, but we do have a surveillance unit in Nassau that's very robust. Taking into consideration, we are doing surveillance on all of the cruise passengers that come into the country, the cruise ships. So it's a very in-depth surveillance technique. But the 50,000 is adequate for that, as well as the other program we talked about.
The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To expand on the question, Tall Pines, to expand on the question raised by
Go ahead, Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you. I only want to ask the question one time. And this is for my identification. To expand on the question that was raised by Long Island, item 2112111, you explained what the doctors on shift, you justified as being for doctors on shift allowances. However, item 2112128 also speaks to doctors on call allowance. What is the difference? On the same page, 2112128 also speaks to doctors on call, a number that changed by some $123,000. What is the difference between those two? Doctors on call or shift on call? What is the difference?
We have doctors on call, and we also have individuals on shift. What happens is sometimes you could have a doctor on call in New Providence who are resident in New Providence, and then you could have doctors on call who are resident in the Family Islands. And so when we begin to look on doctors on call, we have to make sure we broke them up into sections. And so
Both lines were reflective of doctors on call, but some are reflective to the Family Islands and some are reflective to New Providence. Maybe we need to put them all under one line. Yeah, I mean, and you know, it is.
Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 66 is agreed.
I now move that Head 67 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that Head 67 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed.
Mr. Chair.
The chair recognizes Markham City.
Thank you very much, sir. I'd like to first direct the team's attention to line item 2251115, consultancy services, and wanted to find out specifically what does the nearly $10 million consultancy entail?
This is a line item that's encompassing global communications, agencies for marketing, public relations, research, AI, and it's a composite of all of those factors, digital marketing, et cetera.
The second line item is 2251356, tourism downtown beautification. We do know that you had a robust program previously when Senator Randy Roll was involved. Wanted to know whether or not that program is now financed under some different provision, or what is the plan with respect to the program that you were running downtown?
Development Corporation. Tourism Development Corporation finances now the Downtown Beautification Program, and I want to thank you for commending my brother and colleague, Randy Roll.
What is the allocation under the corporation for this particular work?
It's been $1 million in the past. It's consistently $1 million moving forward for that particular component.
Is there a line item? Because beautification, I presume, means addressing the dilapidated buildings, et cetera, or murals, and a range of things similar to that. What is the allocation for the transformation of downtown, which includes development of some of the buildings?
There is no allocation in this specific budget for the items that you're talking about. Going forward, all of it is going to be funded through the Tourism Development Corporation. There will be full accounting for all of the spending through the Tourism Development Corporation. You asked specifically about downtown beautification. That would include small matters like, you know, trees and plants and murals and small minor repairs, et cetera. That's $1 million.
Thank you very much.
It was moved and seconded.
Mr. Chairman, under line item 2821407, operational expenses, Airport Authority. This again seems to be a new line item. I'm not sure where well, I'm sure it probably moved from one. That's 2821407, operational expenses, Airport Authority. I'm sure that it moved from one place to the other. But one, where was it before, and sort of why is it there now? But an additional question is the agreements that, in terms of the airspace negotiations that was going on between the Bahamas and the U.S., those funds were supposed to go to assist with the airport, covering the airport's expenses and so on. What is the status of those negotiations with respect to those?
Okay. Out of that, we are consistently using diplomatic and commercial efforts to negotiate with the Department of Transportation and directly with Airlines of Americas, et cetera. That's ongoing. We'll provide a full report on it in due course. As it relates to the Airport Authority subvention, That's in fact what the number is. Previous years was funded through the operations of the Airport Authority as well as the Ministry of Finance.
And then the 2821619, the Lucayan Renewal Holdings. So we see that this allocation seems to have come to an end. Can you say when is the turnover or has that taken place in terms of the Grand Lucayan? When is that turnover going to take place? If not, has it already taken place?
19, I'm delighted that you've acknowledged that the subvention has discontinued, and we'll have a full report in due course as it relates to transition.
It was moved and seconded that head 67 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 67 is agreed.
And I'll move that head 70 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 70 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 70 is agreed.
And I'll move that head 72 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 72 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 72 is agreed.
And I'll move that head 73 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 73 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 73 is agreed.
And I'll move that head 74 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 74 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 74 is agreed.
And I'll move that head 75 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 75 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 75 is agreed. Let's go.
And I'll move that head 76
It was moved and seconded that head 76 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 76 is agreed. 76 is agreed. You was not at your seat.
No, I'm standing.
No, you would not at your seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. All right, good. No, that's fine.
Just
It
some
was seconded.
Just some basic ones.
It was seconded. Hold on. It was seconded. It was seconded before you came up.
Yeah, but it gets seconded, and then you can say all in favor. It's moved, seconded. Any opposed? You got to go. You go seconded, and then you go to the vote. Opposed.
You recognize Anand.
So we have under line item 2251115, consultancy services, they went from $35,000 to $19,600. Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, head 76. Sorry?
Parking downtown.
So we have parking lots as consultants now?
That's how it's classified.
Okay. This is for DPP. Then we have a nation in need. We offer them legal aid, but we take the budget at line item 272-1108, legal aid this year from a measly $25,500 to $15,000. Why are we decreasing what we offer to the public by way of legal aid? I know that one of our members in this House has a family member that has established his reputation as a national icon through the assistance he's provided to persons in many forms of legal aid, pro bono work. Why is the Department of Public Prosecutions offering less by $10,000 in legal aid this coming year?
One must look at the fact that first these are prosecutors. There is the Public Defender's Office that provides public defenders in criminal matters. The judiciary also through the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeal and the Privy Council offers legal aid in those matters. I'm not sure what legal aid prosecutors are offering, and we would have to get back to you on that.
It was moved and seconded that head 76 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Head 76 is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, now the Appropriation Capital Development 2025-2026 Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title is agreed.
Second.
It's agreed.
What's that?
It's agreed. So long title has been agreed.
No, you know, we were going through
No, to expenditure.
expenditure. No, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clauses 2 and 3 is agreed.
I now move to the schedule, the estimate of capital expenditure. Mr. Chairman, I move that head 13
Second.
be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 13 has been moved and it has been moved and seconded that head 13 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is.
Mr. Chairman, under line item 311235, acquisition of building New York, there's a $2 million new allocation for this. Can you explain what building is being acquired in New York?
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
That we have. The government is contemplating buying a residence for the Consul General that is assigned or was posted to the consulate in Miami.
New York.
Not in New York, sorry. And instead of paying these exorbitant rents, that rent has become quite a challenge. And that is what is contemplated now, yes. So we're allocating it and we'll be searching to buy one.
On that point, Member for Cat Island, Rumpkin, San Salvador, has the government sold the second residence in Washington, D.C. yet that it owns? Thank you.
And acquired another one.
It has been moved and seconded that head 13 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed.
Chairman, being advised, the second residence in D.C. has not been sold. So that owns 2 residences in D.C.
It has been moved and seconded that head 13 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The motion is agreed.
I now move that head 21 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. To get the attention of the chair, just say, Mr. Chair, so I know that you're
I don't have to say that. I started. So when you stand that in, you know.
Dreams, boy. Call by name.
Mr. Chairman.
Say the name, say the name.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 282010, 14.4 million. What is that specifically for?
St. Barnabas, these are payments in reference to PPPs for various road works in different family islands. That would include the road works in Exuma, road works in Eleuthera, roadworks in Cat Island, the anticipated roadworks for San Salvador, as well as the anticipated roadworks for Mangrove Key.
Sorry, Minister, we may be looking at the wrong item. Yeah, the PPPs, but this says 14,400,000. Yeah, so, but, oh, I see. Can you tell us what the total bill is for those combined roadworks that you just mentioned? Roughly, roughly.
I'll get back to you on that. I won't be able to give you the full total.
And the second...
But most of that we have already announced. So we've already announced the total for Eleuthera, the total for Exuma. Cat Island has been announced, and then once we complete the San Salvador and the ones for Mangrove Key, and it's not just tied to roadworks, it will also include waterworks as well.
So just please mention, what is the interest rate on the PPPs?
That information, yeah. It varies. I wouldn't be able to give that information to you. I wouldn't be able to give that information right now. No, that doesn't fall. That doesn't fall on the Ministry of Works. No, I to provide that information for you. I'll get it for you. I'll get it for you.
It was moved and seconded that head 21 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. What?
2822031, small and medium-sized business support. There was a allocation of 3.5 million. You're now increasing it to 4.5 million, but only at least the first nine months, only 1.4 million, and then the previous year only 1.8 million. I know that there was a commitment to pay 50 million every year. This is far less than the 50 million. What accounts for the difference in the 50 million and this?
As it relates to the line, you made reference to 4.5 million. 3 million is for the loan guarantee. 1.5 million is for grants. As you are well aware from your previous role as Minister of State for Finance with responsibility for these agencies, there's the Venture Fund, there is the Bahamas Development Bank that has a $30 million facility from the AfriExim that's been publicly announced. There's the Tourism Development Corporation, there's BAIC, and there's others. So I think you can aggregate 50 million fairly easy with all of those agencies.
Mr. Chair, on 2822040 venture capital, this seems to be a new allocation. What is that, and how can Bahamians take advantage of that?
It's an entrepreneurial venture fund that the Progressive Liberal Party started a few years ago. So this is a venture fund that invests in equity for small businesses. And you only need to present your business plan, make an application, and seek support for your venture directly to the Bahamas Entrepreneurial Venture Fund.
Is this the existing venture capital?
Yes.
Is this the same thing?
Yes.
Also on line item 3111211, Performing Arts School. There was an allocation for 1 million. That seemed to have stopped. Has that stopped, or has that moved to someplace else? 3111211, Performing Arts School.
It's been reallocated to CAPAS. That magnificent new development that's going to focus on the creative arts and the orange economy. You should learn more.
Under article, under item 3111-220, construction of sailing sloops. There was a allocation of 800,000. Zero was spent in the first 9 months. That no longer is continued. What's the situation with respect to the construction of sailing sloops?
This was a program in conjunction with the Ministry of Education to build 12 sailing sloops within the schools. Uriah McPhee was one that was constructed, that was donated. It was funded by, but he is one of the boat builders, and is reallocated to my ministry, and we'll fund it through that. But yeah.
So it's no longer continuing or discontinued?
That was in finance. That was in finance.
It's
No,
not.
it wasn't finance.
We engaging public-private
It was in finance. It was in finance. So we're going to continue the program. So we're going to continue the program through the development of sailing.
Item.
Board.
Through the development of sailing.
Speak to the vessel for Uriah McPhee Primary. It happened that no public funds had to be spent on it because Mr. Lawrence Bascom, a private individual, paid for it. You can allocate it, and you may find somebody to pay for it. But in case you don't, you have the public funds. Yeah.
Number,
That's
item, oh, you still on? Okay.
On that same, just to clarify, so there's no more allocation for that?
Utilize the development of the sport. If you notice, we've had an increase in regattas, the funding for regattas, and an increase for festivals, right? We also have a line item for the development of the national sport, right? And that will help to facilitate that funding. This funding was not utilized. We started the program, right? And we'll continue and ensure that it's enhanced this year.
So then, in line item 311309, hurricane precautions, 1 million was allocated this year, 550,000 was spent, but it seems as though this has been discontinued. Where is the allocation for this? Okay.
It was moved and seconded that had 21B agreed. The chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama.
I have two questions. Head 3111-3311, swimming pool. Which pool is that referring to? Oh, that's Grand Bahama Pool? Okay, excellent. And I see on the minor capital projects, we have $3 million to the minister. Is the dock for Waterkeep included in this? Minor capital projects, 311-3002.
That's for the repair and projects at the Ministry of Finance at the Office of the Prime Minister. Yeah, no, not that, no.
Mr. Chairman, item number 3111326, just some clarity. This is the National Museum project. This is at Collins House. Yeah, okay, thank you. 3112242, 4 million allocation for road traffic drivers and vehicles service platform. Can we get some clarity on that, please? Thank you, Elizabeth. You too?
Yes, the road traffic department is enhancing our online platform, and that is the facilitation to assist us with transferring. It's a new cloud-based platform, correct.
Item number,
Cars too, eh?
item number
That will build cars as well.
3112101, acquisition of transportation equipment, land.
That's a hefty fee.
3112101, acquisition of transportation equipment, land.
Page 205.
What is that? I said it. 3112101.
Don't need more Starbucks?
Motor vehicles for which ministry? Okay. 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 3113003, acquisition of assets, government ministries and departments. Yeah, what kind of assets? It just says, huh? Okay. Okay.
You doing the thing?
Okay. Thank you.
It was moved and seconded that head 21B. Yes.
Note an allocation for Family Island Capital Development. That is item number 3111388. I know you heard much about this Family Island Development Fund. But this capital development for the Family Island, which has an allocation of $12 million for 2025, 2026, we want to know if there are specific islands it's applying to, or what's the nature of the development? Is it general capital development, or is it a specific purpose?
All Family Islands, including Long Island.
Well, I'm grateful to hear that. I'm grateful to hear that. Thank you. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, I also note an allocation for a national museum project. That's item, I think that was, you spoke to that? That was addressed? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It was moved and seconded that head 21B agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
Head 29 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 3112110, acquisition of fire trucks. Now, I know the government said a couple of weeks ago that they were going to endeavor to acquire, I think, between 15 to 20 fire trucks. Is this acquisition here, this line item, is this in addition to the 15 to 20 that the government has announced that they're going to get, or this accounts for a part of the monies that's going to be used to get the 15 to 20?
Advocated the government will provide for the fire chief every piece of fire equipment he requested. The overall price is something in the range of $15 or $16 million, and this is payment towards that.
Chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just as a follow-up question, Minister, with respect to the acquisition of the fire trucks, has the ministry given consideration to supplementing its fleet of fire trucks with water trucks? The fire trucks, generally, a number of them hold, what, about 1,000 gallons of water. The water trucks, some of which we have used recently, hold 3,500 gallons. Can also pump similar to a fire engine, but carries 3 times the amount of water of a fire truck and is a fraction of the cost. Somewhere around $150,000 on the high end for some of them. Has the ministry given consideration, and are you open to exploring that as one of the options?
As indicated, Mr. Chairman, I'm not the fire chief. The fire chief advises us of what he wishes. I know when the incidents happened in Grand Bahama, Assistant Commissioner Dames was able to acquire the assistance of everyone that he needed to assist him. A specific request was made by the fire chief, Chief Superintendent Morris. He will have regard for what other pieces of apparatus are available on the island, and he has made his specific request. And we've listened to the voice of the professional, the fire professional in the fire service. There are other pieces of apparatus. For instance, in Exuma, they have pumps that you can just pump from the sea, and they're all over the islands.
Just for the record, and we have every confidence in Mr. Dames, but I would also say there were trucks that we utilized that previously was not requisitioned by any government official. And among that inventory were two water trucks that held 3,500 gallons apiece, and they had never been enlisted by any government official or officer in Grand Bahama. So there are additional resources on the island, and we'd be more than happy to share that information.
Just to ask you very quickly, Freetown, I know you talked about the acquisition of additional equipment. Now, you talk about that also includes water pumps here in New Providence and to draw water from the sea, and as well as the issue of the ladder trucks. There are plans to get ladder trucks as well.
On the record, Mr. Chair, yes, there are plans to get ladder trucks. If I'm recalling correctly, there are plans to get 3, and the islands they will serve will be New Providence and Grand Bahama that has high rises.
It was moved and seconded that head 29 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
I now move that head 32 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 32 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
I now move that head 33 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 33 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
I now move that head 38 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 38 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head agreed.
You just got to stay standing around here. It's like a bar. You got to stand around here.
Oh, 33 gotta be. Come on. Gotta go back to 33.
Recognized?
Gotta go back to 33, man.
Okay. Line item 2822021, tertiary education reform at University of Bahamas. Budget item is going down by $708,233 from $2,708,233 to $2 million. What's the reason for the reduction in line item 2822021? What's the reason for the reduction between 2024 and 2025, where the amount is $2,708,233 to the estimated amount for the coming year 25-26 of $2 million? What's the reason for the reduction?
Not a reduction. This is an allocation for to support and facilitate capital works projects in the University of the Bahamas. There was an allocation last year. There's an allocation this year for the same purpose. The funding aims to enhance the university's infrastructure, improve facilities, and support the development of educational and administrative buildings to better serve students and staff. So this is the current allocation, which is a continuation of this overall rehabilitation of the premises.
It's less, though, so we have less costs at UB. What works are being included in this $2 million?
The Board of Trustees will determine which areas are priority in this new fiscal year.
Line item 3111201, construction of schools. We had a budget of $3,180,293 allocated for this year. The coming year, the allocation is zero. Is there a reason? Has that been moved to another head, or are we not planning to build any more schools?
To another line item for this fiscal year. And so it's just being moved in another area.
It was moved and seconded that head 38 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
I now move that head 40 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 40 be agreed. Those.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, page.
Chair recognizes the member from Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, page 209, item number 3111335, the redevelopment of Potterski. Obviously, that's very needed, but there was no allocation for the last period or this current period, and we know there's a $420,000 allocation for the upcoming fiscal year. We want to know what this redevelopment of Potterski Dock entails. I mean, there's so much to be done, but we'd like to know the details.
The safety, security, and efficiency of vendors for the area in Potterski, and that is what that allocation is for.
Chairman, I also note an allocation for the upkeep of bus stations. That is item number 3111336. I don't know that we have bus stations in the Bahamas or in Nassau, but I know we have those little kiosks or whatever you want to call them on the side of the road, right? Be a bus stops. We ain't got no bus stations. We got bus stops. Be that as it may, you clearly don't know the difference between a station and a stop. So, given that given the 2024 and 24, we had no allocation. What will the 250,000 upkeep? What does that entail?
Chair recognizes the member for Elizabeth.
Thank you, Chair. Many of our bus stations need covering,
for the people
and good seating for the people that utilize that service.
So the rain don't bad. So the rain don't
And
bad.
so this is to assist with the upkeep of those stations where they do not even have covering.
And seats to sit down. So elderly could sit down.
Mr. Chairman, my final question, Mr. Chairman. Item number 3112108, removal of sunken vessels. I note an allocation for a little over $2 million in the current fiscal period, and then now there's an allocation for $2,250,000 for the upcoming fiscal year. Now, I'm imagining this concerns removal of those sunken vessels around the Potterski area, but is it outside of Potterski or is it just specific to Potterski? Is it also Awaki and so on?
Been having the unfortunate incident of persons leaving and not removing the vessels, sunken vessels, throughout New Providence and also on our family islands. And so, however we're able to remove those sunken vessels and do away with them in various areas, we'll utilize the funds to do such. And we've been doing that for some time throughout this term.
The chair recognizes Marco City.
Thank you very much. Minister, is it possible that you can identify for us, beginning with Potterski, whether or not the government is undertaking to carry out what we believe by regulation is the responsibility of the vessel owners? So we have, like, for example, around Potterski, there are a number of vessels that have sunk, and the owners have taken no responsibility? Are they sharing in the cost? Are you passing the cost on? And do you have a schedule that the public could see so we could know that these individuals are being held accountable for their sunken vessels?
The chair recognizes the member for Elizabeth.
There is a process. One is to try and locate the owner. And in those instances where they are located, they are requested to remove the vessels. For safety reasons, if they are unable to, then that process is dealt with through the Office of the Attorney General to access those funds that would have been spent by the government, but it is a process. But however, for safety reasons and to facilitate the use of the dock areas that is greatly needed, in most cases, the government does remove those vessels and go after the persons through the Office of the Attorney General.
Mr.
Chair
Chairman,
recognizes the member for Long Island.
Mr. Chairman, further to an earlier question, on the same item with respect to the removal of sunken vessels, we note there's been some vessels that have been moored at the dock. Some haven't moved for years. For example, the Myadine has been there since 2008, hasn't moved, and there's a number of other vessels along that same side. They're just taking up space. They're a hazard as well, and it's a real safety concern for the other operators and persons out there. I'm wondering if there's going to be an effort also, because they may not have sunk in the sense of the word sinking, but there's going to be an effort to, A, remove those vessels off of the dock, maybe sink them somewhere, or, I don't know, put some fine or something on the owners.
The chair recognizes the member for Elizabeth.
We have been in communication with many of the owners of those vessels. And like I said, we are working through the process with the Office of the Attorney General so that we can address it in the right way. But it is important for us for those to be removed as well.
The chair recognizes the member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's currently a tugboat and barge sunken on the protected reefs near Fowl Key in Abacote. Can the budget for the upcoming year of $2,250,000 be applied to removing those two vessels that are damaging our environment? And can you tell us where any of the vessels were that were removed last year that cost the public purse $3,405,953?
To your first question, that matter is presently in the court between the two authorities, the two companies, and we are working with the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Finance. We actually just had a meeting on that yesterday because we're still working on the best possible way to remove that barge that is sunken. And to your next question, we had removals throughout the harbor and also on the Family Island in Andros and Abaco.
Are there any vessels in particular that you can identify as being ones that were removed? Because you go to Arawak Key, all the vessels are still there. You go into Nassau Harbor, the vessels are still there. So was there a significant vessel, maybe just three, that cost over $3 million? Maybe South Andros knows.
It would have been really good if, when your government was in power, you removed many of the vessels that you are now complaining about, because we were left to do the job. And no, I don't have the names of the vessels. Many was removed, and there's still many more because when you were in government, you didn't remove them.
That's an awful lot of money not to be able to say one vessel. Not even one for over $3 million.
It was moved and seconded that head 40 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
And I move that head.
Is this 56?
No.
56. I now move, be vigilant, lest you be found sleeping when the bridegroom comes. I now move that Ed 56 be agreed.
Move and second that Ed 56 be agreed. The chair recognizes the member for Long Island.
Mr. Chairman, I note the, particularly item number 311114. That is construction of Farm Road. You know, that is something that, for us, as island people, and I come from a fishing and farming island, it's very important. There's an allocation for Farm Road works of 400,000 in this current fiscal year, 24-25. Right. And that was shaved, that was reduced cut by half to 200,000. Firstly, the 400,000 I thought wasn't enough. Why was it reduced by 200,000 given the cost of the hours for tractors? Marcus, I know you know how much it costs. And why was it cut and reduced to 200,000 for the whole country? This is item 311114, construction of farm roads. It was.
The chair recognizes Senator
You
Bill.
didn't speak with your leader before you posed the question, man. Marco said he could have enlightened you that this is construction of the farm road at the Gladstone Road facility. He would be familiar with that. That is this is not the farm clearing program. That's what you're talking about. You're talking about the farm clearing program where farmers put in 50% and then the ministry matches them. This is the actual farm road in the back of Gladstone Road. And that is to assist the farmers in accessing their plots that they've been unable to access for quite some time. It's dirt road, heavily overbuilt. So I think you're confusing the two, Long Island.
Wouldn't confuse it if this was specific and specifically said Gladstone Road. This just generally says construction of farm road, and it's under the Ministry of Agriculture, so naturally I assume, based on what I read, what it is, so that maybe the writer should be clearer. Yep. I want to take you to item number 3111384, construction of building. Is that also something that, I note there's been a increase from 112,000 for 2024-2025 to 700,000. I imagine that's another
China project.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, man. Actually, what this is, I don't know if you recall, in our midterm budget exercise, I was advised to ensure that we increase processing, Long Island. If you had paid, if you're familiar with the presentation of your leader for Marco City, he had advised me that we should look to increase processing and production. After my response, when I gave my midterm budget response, as advice to me, which I took. And so, man, come on, man, I try and answer your question, man. I try and answer your question. Okay, so in order to, and then following advice, in order to facilitate the processing, what we are now doing, Long Island, man, come on, man. What we are now doing is we are in the process of building a food processing kitchen, something that was in one of those black folders. I saw the notations. We are in the process of building the food processing kitchen, and it will be built based on international code of practice on principles of good general hygiene. And that will go towards the facilitation of processing, value-added byproducts, the jams that I spoke about. You know, jam processing is now also a part of the educational curriculum for the BGCSE under family life examinations. We did an exercise with the students from Donald Davis to assist them in that. And so this is what we are doing. We take advice for the betterment of the Bahamian people, regardless of where it comes from, Long Island. And so, man, come on, man. What happened, man? I'm telling you, I just told you it's a food processing kitchen. And in addition to that, Gladstone Road Agricultural Center, in addition to that, it also goes towards 250,000, $250,000, also goes towards the renovation of the animal control unit, which again, if you had consulted with the leader, he could tell you the state that was in by the botanical gardens, because it's nothing new to me. It's nothing new to this administration, but we have to be about the business of fixing things. So we're going to fix that to the tune of 250,000. right? The animal control centers enhanced. I know you probably don't know your German shepherds don't go there. Your German shepherds don't go there, right? Additionally, the balance of those funds will go towards the construction of the restrooms, the manager's office, and any other building that is necessary for the building and establishment of the new Arawak Key of the South in Golden Gates.
The member for Centerville sounds like he's being quite apoplectic in here. You know? Quite apoplectic. In fact, he's talking about me consulting my leader. He's the minister. I'm asking him to answer, but he's being apoplectic in here tonight. Don't be apoplectic in here, man. Don't be apoplectic in here.
Yes. Through you, Mr. Chair, if Long Island wishes to use a word that he heard used, then let him go to the source and consult with the member for Exuma and Regular. Find out how to use it properly.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Plagiarizing.
Mr. Chairman.
Plagiarizing.
Whilst the member's being apoplectic, let me ask him about another line item here. And that is item number 3111406. 3111406. I note, and that the description is food security capital development. And there was a 2024-2025 allocation of $900,000 for that, but it's now zero. Firstly, why is it zero? And secondly, what exactly was that spent on in 2024-2025 in terms of the food security capital development? And I'm asking you, not Marco City. Thank you.
You put did you was a question put? Was a question put?
Question was put. This is item number 3111406, food security capital development. I was asking. I note that there's a decrease from $900,000 in the current fiscal year to zero for the next. What was done in the fiscal year with respect to the $900,000, and what does this food security capital development, what did it entail, what was it all about, and why is it now zero?
The chair recognizes the member for Senator.
As it relates to food security capital development, the construction of 2 cultivation centers has exhausted the lump sum of those funds. There's 1 cultivation center that is presently being completed at GRAC, the Gladstone Road Agricultural Site, and that is approximately 95% completed. And with all fun and jokes aside, it's a building that we're going to be pleased to open, and the member for Marco City will be invited to. No, I'm being complete. No, all fun and jokes aside now. The reason being is that was a project. That was a project that the member for Marco City was a part of, the cultivation site where you had for the processing unit. It's not the agri-village. So it's now, it has been renamed. It's the same project, the same exact. Long Island, and so I'm saying, and an invitation will be extended for the opening. We are 95% completed. And in addition to that, there is also a cultivation center of the very same nature that is now in Hatchet Bay. One was previously earmarked for Grand Bahama, but that was moved now to Hatchet Bay. And those 2 sites have exhausted the lump sum of the lion's share of that. I know the final figure for the one in Hatchet Bay was just shy of $635,000. So those 2 structures are in final stages. The one on Nassau, the one here in New Providence at the Gladstone Road site, more so than the one in Hatchet Bay. But we're working on that one. We're about 65 to 75% completed for the one in Hatchet Bay, which was previously earmarked on another island. But the one here for GRAC is 95% completed.
How long would it take before it's completed?
For the one in Hatchet Bay, we're estimating completion by the end of fiscal year 25-26. The one in Nassau, we are estimating completion on that. I'll check. I'll confirm that date for you. But I have no idea when the next general election is, Marcus. But in any event, an invitation will be forthcoming with your name on it. Yeah.
It was moved and seconded that had 56 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
And I move that had 60 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that had 60 be agreed. The chair recognizes the member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Item number 282-2015, program to support the health sector for COVID prototype. Member Tall Pines, I see $4 million allocation. Can you just give some clarity on that, please? Thank you.
Yeah, that is funding from the IDB, one of our IDB loan facilities, to finish the purchasing of isolation units as part of our pandemic preparedness drive. In the event that we have infectious diseases throughout the country, we would have these isolation ports to be able to do a better job than we did with COVID-19. So that's a part of an IDB loan facility that was associated with these isolation ports throughout the country.
It was moved and seconded that had 60 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
Move that had 72 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that had 72 be agreed. Those in favor remain. The chair recognizes Sinance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I see line item 282-2018, Bahamas National Geographic Information System. We had budgeted $750,000 this year, and we're budgeting $1,375,000 next year. Can we be advised what this project actually is and whether it's related to the partnership, I think, that was accomplished by Cat Island last year? And we've heard some of the line items. Trading seabed or protecting our seabed for 150 over 10 years or something like that.
The chair recognizes the member of Parliament for Yamakro.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. This line item is for funding required for the geometrics capacity enhancement for the disaster risk management, for the mapping of data, and for full Bahamas spatial data infrastructure system. And we have a consultancy that's working with us here. So that's why the item appears there.
It was moved and seconded that had 72 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
I move that had 73 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that had 73 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
And I move.
Standing. It's from, it's a brief millisecond between stand and then agreed. I move in milliseconds, me and Muhammad Ali. Line item 282-2025, performance monitoring and public financial management reform. It's a budget line item that's going up by $1.5 million from the current year to the next year. What can the people expect in return for this significantly increased investment?
The chair recognizes the member of Parliament for Maine and Grantstown.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the question. 282-2025 is the IDB Capital Project. It's a part of the BHL 1045 project. This allocation provides the costs associated with ongoing organizational digital advancements. This project has been going on for some time, Mr. Chair. We're just seeking to continue those projects as we go along.
Thank you. It was moved.
Sorry, the question was, what can the public expect to see from this increase in this line item? How is life going to be improved? Telling us that IDB is involved doesn't amaze everybody.
We want. Sorry, go ahead.
Just
We
answers,
wanna
just
know what-
answers question. Now, I indicated, Mr. Chair, that it's a continuation of the digitalization project that has been started by the Inter-American Development Bank under the BHL 1045.
And that's your
It
answer.
involves
Fine.
streamlining the government services and making those services and payments available online.
Right.
So that's the intended purpose of this particular item, Mr.
Fine.
Chair. Yeah.
It was moved and seconded that head 73 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
And I move that head 74 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that head 74, the Member of Parliament for Central Grand Bahama is
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I draw your attention to item 282-2024 for the Minister for Grand Bahama. I note that $1 million is allocated for demolition of the tower, the casino, and the bazaar. In my knowledge of construction and demolition with hoarding, safety net, traffic management, debris collection and disposal, this $1 million is only a drop in the bucket. Is this phase one, or is this projected to cover, because this is a major shortfall with respect to that work?
Yes, the
Chair
allocation.
recognizes the member for Pine
So-
Ridge. Nope, no worries.
Okay, the allocation has been,
Members.
the allocation has been spread across, but the Ministry of Finance has already indicated that the provisions will be made to ensure that it's accommodated. As you will see, though, spread across the number of years, but the adjustment will be made. It's in the book. It's there. Now, as you can see, funds have not been expended yet because we're still dealing with the acquisition of it. And so we're going to acquire, and then we're going to start the demolition. But it has, as we're finalizing all of that, and then we'll spend them.
The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
Sorry. Minister, there was a timeline, a rough timeline mentioned in the announcement as it relates to the demolition. What we have seen by way of pictures as well as video, it appears that the demolition, which was supposed to have commenced, has stopped. So I just wanted to get a sense of when would the demolition take place, and then of course we want to get a sense of the $1 million is designed in this fiscal period to accomplish what in terms of that demolition.
Chair recognizes the member.
Okay. So we never gave a timeline. We never gave a specific timeline. We said we were going to acquire the property. We're going to acquire the International Bazaar as well as the tower and casino from 13 different property owners in the bazaar. And so you can imagine how complicated that is, but the Attorney General's office is dealing with that, and also acquire the property from Harcourt. So we're finalizing that now. The funds that you see here that hasn't been spent yet, the request has already been made to finance to make that payment. As soon as that is completed, we will start with the demolition of the properties. Right.
Trying to understand what will the $1 million cover? Wherever you start, whenever you start, what will
You mean in terms of the demolition? Okay, no. No, there will be additional funds that is required for the demolition. Okay? Like I said, there's additional funds that is required for the demolition, and finance has already indicated that the funds will be made available.
It's moved and seconded that Ed 74 be agreed. The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under 311307, road repairs and maintenance, there seemed to be a new allocation of $750,000. Which road is this covered? Which community does this cover in terms of the roads?
Covers Pine Ridge.
Finance, I think finance coded this as road repairs, but when they saw Fishing Hole Road, Cultural Village. So it's the replacement of the one that was destroyed during Dorian. Yes.
Chair recognizes Marco City.
Minister, I've made representation in the past to the administration that I served in terms of road works in the city of Freeport. And so I've had both private help that I was able to successfully negotiate, as well as governmental help in terms of paving. So there has been that is correct. So that precedence has already been set. Are you prepared to make a similar representation that the central government, again, engage in road paving in the city of Freeport? Because there are, I'll continue, I'll answer that, Prime Minister, because there are private developments that are not a part of the port's inventory of properties. And so in the past, when I was able to get water lines installed in Marco City, we did it as a member of parliament working with the port and private groups to get road work done as well as water lines put in. So I'm asking, I'm sorry? What you mean in terms? No, the water lines, no, they were not at all involved with the water lines. However, road works were in fact carried out in the city of Freeport. And so it is my hope that the government would look to pave, be a part of paving roads within the port area. And the port should also, we will continue to petition them, as I've already reached out, so that they can also participate. So I wanted to know whether or not you share the commitment that work should be done in the port area as well.
Well, I've met with many of the private subdivision owners. I've met with the private subdivision owners. I guess Hudson is one of them. Cranes Cove, you have Malibu, you have the others, and also met with the Port Authority. So there has been discussion, and I know a precedent has already been set where there has been some road paving. So that's something that we'll look at further.
Mr. Chair, so as Minister of Finance, with supporters in all 5 constituencies, inclusive of the Freeport area, would you and your administration be prepared to enter into a joint partnership with different stakeholders in paving roads in the city of Freeport? Are you open to doing that?
My minister has answered, and I support my minister in whatever efforts she engage in.
How many times you want us to tell you to see?
It was moved and seconded that head 74 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
The business license amendment number 2 bill. Any movements on that? No, that they gave it to. I can't find it. He lost it. All right. I now move, Mr. Chairman, that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The long title is agreed.
No, Lundy asked him.
Just what we want to recognize the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just wish to acknowledge the presence of the wonderful, hard-working, tireless Chairman, I say tireless.
They deserve it.
Because
They deserve it.
working
Well deserving.
practically all night for the last couple, almost weeks.
Outstanding.
We want to express, I would wish to express
Remarkable.
my personal thanks and appreciation for what all you have done and to bring us where we are today. Thank you.
Members, let's applaud them again one more time for their work that they're doing.
And you can have a well-deserved rest tonight. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the member for Marco City.
I'd like to join the member for Cat Island in extending on behalf of the opposition thanks to you for historically providing excellent help to all of us. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
I have to also extend our appreciation and congratulations on the job well done from the other opposition, COI. Appreciate you.
Freetown, you wish to proceed? Yes.
I move, Mr. Chairman, that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The head is agreed. The bill is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Yep. Anything before 7? No, I'm asking him. If he has something before 7, I go to that. You don't have any? No. No. You go through. If he wants, go up to that point. I'm just asking.
One moment, members.
I now move that clause 2 to 6 of the bill be agreed. Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 to 6 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. You opposing?
No, I'm asking a question.
Well, at this point, it's
I'm
whether
asking a
you're.
question at this point.
Yeah.
At this point, it's appropriate to ask the question.
Go ahead.
So,
East Grand Bahama.
under the present business, like not the amendment, but under the present Business License Act, the opposition had a particular issue with, and I'm just getting the section, with Section 25, sorry, Section 7 of the amendment bill. Oh, okay. Very well, no problem. Okay.
You want to put that again?
I move, Mr. Chair, for 2 to 6 of the bill.
It was moved and seconded that clause 2 to 6 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The clause 2 to 6 is agreed.
I now move that clause 7 of the bill be agreed.
It is. Who's seconding?
No,
PM. We recognize the chair. It's the bill. The chair recognizes Cat Island, Rum-Key, and San Salvador. I would like, before you go ahead, Mr. Prime Minister, the chair recognizes it for Charlotte. You're indicating. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Cat Island.
Mr. Chairman, I move an amendment to clause 7 of the bill. The amendment being delete clause 7 and substitute the following. Amendment of Section 25 of the Principal Act. Subsection 1 of Section 25 of the Principal Act is amended. A, in paragraph D, by the deletion of the last appearing comma and the substitution of a semicolon. B, by the insertion immediately after paragraph D of the following new paragraph. E, where he is satisfied that the licensee does not meet or no longer meets the requirements for registration as a liquor establishment under the 5th schedule.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read.
Clarity's sake, I just wanted to ensure then that your amendment changes that you are no longer removing the existing subsection 2. Okay, very well.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The amendment is agreed. The chair recognizes the member for Kid Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Second?
Second.
I already said.
We ready second.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I now move that clause 8 of the bill. Oh, I now move that clause 7 of the bill as amended be agreed.
Second.
It is moved and seconded that it is moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The amendment is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that clauses 8 to 13 of the bill be agreed.
Seconder? Do we need a seconder? It was moved and seconded that clauses 8 to 10 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The clauses are agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
The schedule is actually a part of the clause.
Could you re-put that to me, please? Thank you.
Abundance of caution, I move that the 5th schedule be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the 5th schedule be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The 5th schedule is agreed.
And so I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill is the bill in its entirety is agreed. Those in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Next, the statute of frauds. That's the one you have next, right? I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It's agreed. It's agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It's moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed.
A question on this bill. So I understand you are amending the Conveyancing Act, which I don't necessarily have an issue with. I just had a couple of questions on that, but that's fine. But does this statute of frauds, does this affect the amendment to the Conveyancing Act? Because
yes, it's a consequential.
To that, but So this only applies to just moving the provision that was in the statute of frauds to move that into the Conveyancing Act. As is.
Reformation exercise. It is intended that the statute of frauds would be repealed in any event. Yeah.
It was moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand.
I
It
now
is
move
agreed.
that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
We now move to the Customs Management Amendment Bill, and I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Now moving to the Tariff Amendment Bill 2025, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Stamp Amendment Bill 2025. That's the one for movement. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes South and Central Andros.
Yes, I want to make an amendment to the title and insert immediately after the word amendment the words number 2, and also in subclause 1.
It is moved and seconded that the amendment as read is agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Now move that clause 1 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 1 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is
Chairman.
agreed. The chair.
Mr. Chairman, I want to make an amendment to clause 1 in subclause 1, insert immediately after the word amendment the words number 2.
It is moved and seconded that the amendment is as read is agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
That clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
It was moved and seconder. Do we have a seconder? It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Yeah, the next is the Value-Added Tax Amendment Number 2, Bill 2025, sorry. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It's moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title and commencement clause 1 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It's moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. The chair recognizes Ken Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
I move that Clause 2 of the bill be amended in paragraph C by delete the words taxable supply and substitute the words taxable activity.
This is moved and seconded that, second, waiting for a second, do we have a second? It is moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated, those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed. The chair recognizes Ken Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that Clause 3 of the bill be deleted by A. Delete paragraph A. And substitute the following. A, in subsection 1, by the insertion immediately after the words prescribed form of the words and accompanied by a deposit acceptable to the comptroller in support of the proposed ruling, being either $1,000 or security in such amount and form as may be determined by the comptroller.
It was moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand.
Sorry. Yes, I have another amendment to this Clause 3. We are going to delete paragraph D and substitute the following. Quote D, by the insertion immediately after subsection 4 of the following new subsections 5 and 6. The new subsection 5 reads, if the applicant fails to complete the transactions or execute the instruments within the time period specified in the ruling, and such failure results. Sorry? Oh, so, yeah. It's Clause 3 of the bill. We are amending paragraph D. Yeah. We are amending paragraph D, right, by deleting that paragraph, and we're substituting the following. D, by the insertion immediately after subsection 4 of the following as new subsections 5 and 6. So we're introducing new subparagraphs, new subsections in this clause. And 5 would read now, if the applicant fails to complete the transactions or execute the instruments within the time periods specified in the ruling, and such failure results from inaction, action or negligence on the applicant's part, the applicant will incur a penalty equal to the greater of $1,000 and 1/10 of 1% of the assessment that would arise from those transactions or from the transactions or instruments outlined in the ruling. Where the applicant is aggrieved, 6, it's part of the new subclause 6, where the applicant is aggrieved with the ruling made by the comptroller or the assessment of penalty under subsection 5, the applicant may appeal directly to the Tax Appeal Commission under section 18A. Sorry, 81A, thank you. And C, insert immediately after clause 3 the following new clauses as 3A and 3B. (3A), amendment of section 19 of the Principal Act. Section 19 of the Principal Act is amended by the deletion of the words, quotes, open bracket, number 25 of 2010, close bracket, immediately after the words Business License Act and the substitution of the words 2023. That's a cleanup. 3B. Huh? My old form, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. 3B, amendment of section 27 of the Principal Act. Section 27(4) of the Principal Act is deleted and substituted as follows. The comptroller may determine a date for cancellation under subsection 3 that is retrospective to that date. That is, the last day of the tax period during which the taxable activity carried on by the registrant ceased. B, the last day of the tax period during which the taxable activity carried on by the registrant was less than $60,000, and since that day, the registrant has not collected any VAT payable on a supply of goods or services. And Roman numeral 2, the registrant has not claimed any input tax deductions. Or 3, the effective date of the registration where the comptroller is satisfied that registration was obtained through fraud, misrepresentation, negligence, or other misconduct that the registrant never in fact carried on a taxable activity. Okay, that's it. Eh?
Yes, it was moved and seconded that the bill be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. Clause 3 be amended. Excuse me, Clause 3 be amended. It was moved and seconded that Clause 3 be amended. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 4 to 8 of the bill be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that clauses 4 through 8 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause 9 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clause 9 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 9 be amended by deleting clause 9 and substituting the following. 9, insertion of a new section 47C into the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by the insertion immediately after section 47B of the following as a new section 47C. 47C, requirement to notify the comptroller of conveyance of real property. Where any person, directly or indirectly, conveys a beneficial interest in real property, that person shall, within 30 days of the date of execution of the instrument or arrangement effecting such conveyance, file with the comptroller a declaration in the prescribed form. For the purposes of this section, clause 2, for the purposes of this section, a person shall be deemed to have conveyed a beneficial interest indirectly, where by any means whatsoever, including through a trust, nominee, corporate structure, or other arrangement, the effect of the transaction is to transfer to another person the right to possession, enjoyment, control, or benefit of real property, whether or not legal title is transferred. 3, where the person has engaged a real estate agent in connection with a conveyance described in subsection 1. The real estate agent shall be responsible for filing the prescribed declaration on behalf of the person with the comptroller within 30 days of the date of execution of the instrument or arrangement effecting the conveyance. A real estate agent who fails to comply with subsection 3 shall be jointly and severally liable with the person who engaged him to a penalty equal to 3% of the consideration paid or payable in respect of the conveyance. If I could have a second.
Second.
It was moved and seconded that clause 9 be amended. Sorry.
As I understand this amendment, then, 30 days after the conveyancing process is completed, within 30 days, you must now notify Inland Revenue of the sale. If I read this in conjunction with the amendment to the Conveyancing Act, which, as I understand that amendment, during the sale or before the completion of the sale, you must ask Inland Revenue for an invoice. Well, my understanding of the amendment is that you have to ask Inland Revenue for an invoice, and only after that invoice can you complete the sale, because the amendment says that the vendor can't pay any money, the bank can't distribute any funds unless you've gotten this invoice from Inland Revenue prior to that. So my question is, that means then that you have to get an invoice from Inland Revenue before the sale, and then you have to notify Inland Revenue after the sale. I don't see why you would have to get both of them.
Example today of what's occurring in our community, in this jurisdiction, particularly as it relates to high-end sales. And I know there will be several real estate agents and maybe some law firms that may take umbrage to the added responsibility that we place upon them. But unfortunately, sometimes the innocents have to suffer for the guilty. And as I indicated, most foreign purchases require a permit from BIA. Over the last 2-3 years in particular, what we have recognized is that when we align the permits granted for the purposes of sales, and we were to compare that with what ought to be the registration and VAT that should be payable on the transaction, there's a great disparity. I would have mentioned this in the last budget debate when I spoke about this issue that we are trying to get our head wrapped around. So to illustrate, to demonstrate the mischief that we are trying to cure, it just so happened, coincidentally, a very recent judgment was delivered in a transaction that was worth $57 million. This transaction, through reading the judgment, was closed about 2 years ago. And just to make the point, knowing that we'll have this debate, I said, look, check the records to see whether there's any record of VAT having been paid on that transaction. To date, we have not found any instance where that was paid. Right? Now, a real estate agent was suing. right? Unfortunately, they lost the case. I don't get into the merits of the case, but they lost the case. But what it demonstrated to us, what is happening in our community. So you'll find in clause 2, 47.2, or 1, which deals with what I call the third-party arrangements. You know, we're aware the owners of property would convey the property to themselves in trust for someone else, which will not be a taxable supply if that is the case. But the property true owner is living in it. We're drawing the benefit, and we do not get and so that provision is to capture that as well. We are also now linking those arrangements with the immigration department, because invariably, someone who's investing that kind of money would want to and is entitled to get their permanent residence. And so we're now requiring that immigration is now administrative, seek to ask the person who has applied for their permanent residence to provide their conveyance for their property that is in fact stamped. Right now, yeah. Now, of course, there are other mischiefs that we have to attend to, and that is where the property is owned by a company, and then that company, the shares of that company, is owned by a company, and then that company that owns the shares in the company that holds the land, the shares in that company is owned by some Panamanian or other BVI company. And the transaction of the share sales is completed outside of our jurisdiction. But then there's still what they call a supply of property tax under the VAT Act. And sometimes it never comes to our attention. And so we are trying to address those issues. I mean, it's just a question of compliance with our tax laws. And so that is what we are attempting to do here. And that's why the amendments in the Conveyancing Act. Now, you will not be required you don't have to get a receipt or an invoice from Inland Revenue. The way we have drafted it, right, and I said we'll discuss this, is that before you complete the transaction, once the parties have arrived at the position that completion is imminent, the first step would be to go and pay the VAT on that transaction, and then you could then complete the arrangement.
So one of the concerns is the retroactive provision. So if you have, in the case of, let's say, one of the companies.
No, in that case, right, that person, once we discuss, this is prospective. We intend this to be prospective, not retrospective. Now, for any retrospective infringement of our VAT Act, we will just deal with it to the present enforcement mechanisms under the VAT Act. So if we were to discover that, we'll then deal with them in that way. But going forward, we don't intend to have to even deal with that situation.
I looked at this morning, and so the what you describe seems to be an additional step to what your amendment says, because your, again, from my understanding of your amendment of the Conveyancing Act, you only need to obtain this invoice from Inland Revenue. So in essence, you're saying before the bank closing, you have to pay the VAT before closing.
That's not what your amendment says, sir.
Okay.
It was moved and seconded that clause 9 be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand.
The clause is 10 to 20 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It was moved and seconded that clauses 10 through 20.
Okay.
This relates to the carrying on of the excess credits or the being able to get a refund. And I'm speaking about Section 11. Section 11, subsection 4. And again, the caucus had looked at this, and the caucus was raising this particular question, that this limits your ability to get a refund and that subsection 4 limits your ability to get a refund. That subsection 4 says the comptroller must allow a claim for a refund where A, the registrant's registration has been canceled, or B, or I shouldn't say or, but B, VAT return for the final tax period has been filed, and C, the comptroller is satisfied that the registrant is entitled to the amount of the refund claimed. This seems to limit the ability to obtain a refund. In other words, you are only able to get a refund if your registration has been canceled, which means you are no longer operating, or C, the VAT return for the final tax period. And that's the issue as to what is this final tax period. My understanding of what a final tax period is you no longer are applying for a tax period, and the comptroller is satisfied that the registrant is entitled to the amount of the VAT refund. Before, once one period had taken place, you could then apply to get your refund, and the refund would have been paid. This now seems to say that you can no longer get that VAT refund. The only circumstance that you can get it is if your registration is canceled and the VAT return for the final tax period has been filed. So again, my concern is this limits your ability to get the actual refund.
Doesn't this put an obligation, though? Yeah. I wouldn't say it's a limitation. In fact, it speaks in obligatory terms. It says the comptroller must give you in those circumstances. No, he must. That doesn't say that you cannot apply.
That's why I'm saying it limits your ability to get it. Because previously, this was not in the act. Previously, you could have applied and you got it. This section now seems to limit your ability.
Even though Section 7 and 8 are there?
Yeah, I think so.
There's an obligatory provision, and then there are.
Now, I understand subsection 8.
Yeah.
Which again puts it in the hands of the comptroller.
Yeah.
There it was not previously. Previously, you were entitled to get it. You didn't have to to depend on the comptroller to give it to you. Previously, all you had to do.
That possible. Yeah, that's a different provision.
No, I think,
But the controller always determined whether you were entitled to it. After determination of what? You just say you're entitled to it and you get it, whether he agrees or not. Who made the determination?
yeah, yeah, what? Yeah, because see, I think we're talking about two different things here in respect to seeking a refund. There's refund when you overpay. That's one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And and if you overpay, but then there are other circumstances where you're entitled, but you are not. You're not a registrant in the contest because of the activity that you engage in. And so I think this relates to the activity to which the refund connects to, and that activity was temporary in nature, and you no longer. For example, what comes to mind is a company, for example, a foreign company that has a temporary license, who've been engaged in working here, and they claim to have due a refund. That's that's my thinking, but we could revisit this.
I have the actual current position, and the controller still makes the decision. The section says, subject to section 4, the controller must allow a claim for a refund, and it sets out the term, and it goes just like that, and it says a registrant may file, and then it talks about the controller must allow, but the controller is always involved in the decision-making process. So
You have to admit that what this does now is this now puts the power in the hands of the controller, where prior the law said the controller must give the refund under those circumstances, which have changed. The circumstances now under 4 have limited the circumstances upon which a refund is obtained.
Let's look at this again, if you may, with me. The comptroller, a request is made for a refund, right? And what clause 4 is doing is identifying where the comptroller must allow, and this is what the member from Angleston has just pointed out to me, right? Where the comptroller must allow the claim for the refund. So a claim is made for a refund. It is made to the comptroller. This provisions then obligates, as the member for Freetown points out, it obligates him then to make that refund in these circumstances. So what 4 sets out are the circumstances under which the comptroller must allow the refund. So if the claimant for the refund is a registrant whose registration has been canceled, then he has no choice but to allow the refund. If the VAT return for the final tax period has been filed, he must allow the refund. And if the controller is otherwise satisfied that the registrant is entitled to the amount of the refund claim, he must do so. So these are the circumstances under which he must allow it. So there's no violence to the issue of refund. Now that I've looked at it, and thank you, Angliston, for drawing my attention to it.
The present sub 4. Under the present sub 4, you are able to get where the controller must give you the refund even if your registration was not canceled. Under this now, you are the controller. Oh, okay. Under the present sub 4. That's fine. That's fine. 56.
4 says the controller in allowing a claim for refund pursuant to subsection 1, A may apply the amount of the refund claim in reduction of 1, any tax, levy, interest, or penalty payable by the registrant under this act. 2, any unpaid amount in taxes owed by the registrant under a provision of any other act administered by an entity of the government. And B, after applying the refund in accordance with paragraph A, must refund any excess remaining to the claimant, the registrant claiming the refund.
Yes, but section.
That's 4, and then that's 56, 4. But here, when you go to 7, it talks about if you, notwithstanding anything contained in this section, where at least 50% of a registrant taxable supply are expected to be zero-rated or reduced-rated supplies, the registrant may apply to the controller to claim a refund. And so there are expectations about whether you're going to owe or not based on that percentage. And the existing 4 still calls on him to make the deduction for taxes owing. So as the member for Cat Island is saying, I don't see any great violence to you getting your refund if you're entitled to it.
Because what this section does, it sets out the circumstances under which the controller must allow a claim for refund. That's what it does. So I'm trying to understand what would be the mischief that you see by allowing this provision to remain. I don't see it because this is what I call procedural rather than substantive. In fact, it favors the claimant because the controller cannot not allow his claim if they fit within these circumstances.
And I mean, I think we may be talking in circles because we just disagree. But
Correct, we may just be disagreeing, and it may just come down to a vote. And we can always engage. We are open to consultation, because the Senate has even amended something we've sent down there, and it's come back up. But in the interest of the time, Mr. Chairman, I would wish a vote on the...
No, well, first of all, I think I'm not persuaded by it.
No, that's what I'm saying. So I think East Grand Bahama sees the difference in our positions, but we can talk about it further. And I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that the vote be put on agreement to clause 10 to 20 of the bill.
It's moved and seconded that a vote be put on the clause.
a different, and again, this may be just a disagreement, but in the section for no, not 12. This would be the section that deals with the major construction. So we just, again, want to register our disagreement with this section. We believe that it should continue, that folks who are over $1 million should be able to get their credit for it. We understand that. Correct. So we just have a disagreement in reference to that, but we want to register the caucus's disagreement with respect to that. Yeah.
So leader of government business, the vote doesn't have to be what?
The record, East Grand Bahama just wants the record to reflect their disagreement on that matter of policy.
That's a matter of policy.
We can't vote against the bill because there are provisions in the bill, for example, the reduction of the VAT. We can't vote against it for that. But we want to register our disagreement with those two issues.
I think that's reasonable. And this is how we really do things. This is what I want the Bahamian people to see, right, in our discussions on matters like this. Because you're quite, and when you speak about the 1 million, for example, when we say over 1 million, right, that's a matter of policy. You can say, you understand what we're trying to do. Our position is we need those who could afford should pay. Your position is, well, even if you could afford, you don't have to pay. That's not your position. Okay. No, okay, fine. But, so it's a policy. But you understand, it's a policy view. Yeah. Okay, so.
What we're saying, that's not our position. Our position is that let's pick a development where somebody can pay the $1 million, over a value of $1 million. But we are looking at what the multiplier effect is on the workers who are part of that project, the benefit of the expansion of the project, and we believe we benefit, all of us benefit, despite this threshold. You're suggesting that once it is over a certain threshold, that person, you're looking at that person in isolation, the developer in isolation. We're not. Yeah, we're not. Yeah.
Because the project, let's say the $1 million or more project, is going to continue. Your view, perhaps, is that with our policy position, the project may never get started because this might be a disincentive for them. Well, we disagree, right? Just like when we said we're going to lower tax from VAT from 12 to 10, you all were not the only one to disagree with it. When I say disagree, took the view that this will further tank the country. The IMF joined you. I mean, international agencies join you in that view. But they have come around, and they appreciated what we did. And they're saying it was the right decision because you now have done a remarkable job in turning the company around. Now, you all don't agree with that aspect, but I'm saying those who agreed with you then don't agree with you now. So that's what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that there's a difference, and there's a policy difference here.
It's philosophical.
Right, and that's what, now in respect to the issue of the clause 4, as I said, and that is more, I think, more legalistic between us. Right? It's more legalistic, where I'm saying that clause really deals with the circumstances under which the comptroller must refund, rather than a provision that somehow restrict the claimant who has the right to a refund from being able to get that refund. And I think that your view is maybe that may be the consequences of that provision. So that's understandable, but I'm not persuaded by that argument. And the other issue is a policy matter on our part, as it comes down to the issue of inputs going forward.
John, is there a motion?
Having moved that clause 10 to 20 of the bill be agreed. I'd ask for a vote on it.
It was moved and seconded that clauses 10 through 20 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now ask that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
The next bill, Mr. Chairman, is the Tax Appeal Commission Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
The Tax Appeal Commission. I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to 5 of the bill be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that clauses 2 to 5 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Yeah. Sorry. What did I say? I now move that clause 6 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clauses 6 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Now moving to the Excise Amendment Bill. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title and commencement of the bill be agreed, clause 1.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Now, the Business Development Incentives Program Bill 2025. This is the one you'll have a problem with? Second. With the whole thing?
The caucus met on this one as well. And the caucus's position was that while we have no difficulty with you providing an incentive program for businesses that are over 50 million, our position is that the same incentive program ought to be provided for all businesses, including small businesses. So we correct. So we are not saying that there's a difficulty with the right. We are not saying that there's a difficulty with you providing an incentive program for businesses that are over 50 million. Our position is that it should be that all businesses should be included in this type incentive program. So if your business is a $100,000 turnover or $1 million turnover, you should also be able to have the same type of incentives or the same percentage of incentives based on on your size. So if you're going to hire employees, then you should be able to get some incentive because you hire employees. If you're going to have some development, you should have the same type of development. If same type incentives, if you're going to do it.
I move that the long.
So it's a matter of again.
He wants it to be the standard.
We are saying that the incentive program should apply to all businesses as opposed to just those businesses that are 50 million or above.
The chair recognizes Kid Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Again, the previous administration would have signed on to the OECD tax, 15% global tax regime, right? We met that in place, and we embraced it after looking at what that meant and required. It's a 15% top-up. That top-up applies to multinational companies who are doing business in the Bahamas, and if they are doing business in the Bahamas, they could be taxed for earnings in the Bahamas by their home jurisdiction or wherever their headquarters might be. If we don't tax them. If we are not taxing them, that's what happened. We have engaged with a number of the multinationals who are engaged in business here, and they want to pay the tax here. Hence, now, in looking at the regime and understanding all of the issues of ring fencing and discrimination, and etc. We also see this as an opportunity to make the Bahamas as attractive as many other jurisdictions to attract more of the multinationals whose global income is above $750 million euros. And if we could have them here, again, an incident that could help our financial services sector. And the treaty and the arrangement of the OECD allows for incentives to reduce to 15% once certain things are done. That is the purpose of the Business Development Incentives Act. We thought it, and that's what we intend to do, because this instrument is to see how we could attract more of the multinationals with that high-level income to open home offices here or do more business from here. And that is this bill. So while we're here, we thought that so as not to differentiate, because that's the threshold. There's a threshold of 750 million euros. Any other multinational here who's here and not making 700, if they're just doing 200, 300 million euros a year, they're not caught by the act. And so, no, they're not caught by the DTT. Yeah. And so, if we are going to give incentives to allow them to be able to lower their tax from 15 to, say, we bring it around 12, 10, or 11, we thought, why not extend that likewise to major local companies that has a threshold, and we decided the threshold should be 50 million, because I think that's the threshold in the Business License Act, where that's the top of the Business License Act. So we say if you are there and above, you can then, that's the thinking, philosophy behind this. And we could also say to the monitors from the OECD, we are treating everyone the same who are at a particular level of earnings. And that's the issue behind this. Now, of course, like you say, it doesn't prevent us, as we see how these, don't forget, as we all know, this is still a new space for us. There's still a learning curve to see how this washes out. We're still in what I call in the embryonic stages of this issue. We have passed the act. We're going to see how it works. And we also, not that we didn't think about what other incentives we could give to local companies. So down the road, that's a matter we may wish to consider, how we expand these incentives. But at the
Has the OECD agreed in principle that your treatment of companies at the $50 million mark, local companies, is acceptable and allows you to accept or to make the case of reciprocity? No?
Million euros, and that's for the multinational. What we're saying is that we want to show them that we're allowing major corporations in the Bahamas, they too could benefit from it, and we said that. Well, that has not been made to them, but that's what we have decided. Yeah.
Would there be an objection? I mean, I understand that your policy would be the 50 million. Would there be a difficulty with reducing that amount to say $1 million, where those companies that have a turnover of $1 million will be able to apply for the same kinds of incentives?
So you're talking about, and what we're asking to be done, the persons in that category of may not be able to achieve it in any event. So, as I said, I'm not, okay, so $1 million, you're earning $1 million. We require you to keep 200 people on your job. I'm just, no, so we have to be responsible. We'll think that through. Our thought processes at the moment, as put it at this level, we think we are tied it to the business license fee structure at the highest end, and we think at the moment it is appropriate. It is appropriate, and it keeps us within the best practices for the in the OECD FATF regime. Now, as I said, we could look at, as we see how this evolves and how it works, we can have a look at it at the appropriate time.
Understood, and that this again is one of those things where we just have a disagreement, so, we'll just leave it there.
Chairman, I move that we did the long title already? No, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to 14 of the bill be agreed.
Second. It is moved and seconded that clauses 2 to 14 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the conveyancing and law. That's out of order, right? Oh, yeah, that's the Property Execution of Deeds and Documents Amendment Bill 2025. Because the movements came in a particular order. The movements are out of order.
Property execution. What are we doing now? Property execution.
Property Execution of Deeds and Documents Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is
And
agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
What's that? Okay. I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Conveyancing and Law of Property. Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed.
The member for South and Central Andros is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that Clause 3 be amended as follows. Delete and substitute by the following. Number 3, repeal and replacement of Section 40 of the Principal Act. Section 40 of the Principal Act is repealed and replaced by the following as a new Section 40. 40, payment of value-added tax on conveyance of real property. Number 1, prior to the execution of any instrument affecting the conveyance of any real property, an invoice for the value-added tax payable in respect of that conveyance shall be obtained from the Controller of Inland Revenue in accordance with Value-Added Tax Act, Chapter 370.A. Number 2, upon the execution of the conveyance of the real property, all value-added tax invoiced under subsection 1 must be paid in full within 180 calendar days of execution of the conveyance. Number 3, it shall be the joint and several responsibility of A, each party to a conveyance of real property, B, the attorneys acting on behalf of the parties, and C, the real estate agents or brokers acting on behalf of the parties, to ensure that all value-added tax invoiced and payable in relation to the conveyance is paid in accordance with subsection 2, and upon becoming aware of any non-compliance with that subsection, to report such non-compliance immediately in writing to the Controller of Inland Revenue. 4, every conveyance of real property executed by deed shall be submitted for registration at the Registry of Records within 180 calendar days from the date of execution. 5, no person, including any financial institution, lender, or vendor, shall distribute or complete any loan or mortgage, shall disperse any or complete any loan or mortgage transaction, including the refinancing of an existing loan for the purpose of facilitating the purchase or development of real property, unless it has been verified that an invoice for the value-added tax payable in relation to the conveyance has been issued by the Controller of Inland Revenue. Number 6, a person who contravenes subsection 5 commits an offense and is liable to a penalty equal to the amount of the unpaid value-added tax in relation to the conveyance of the real property. Number 7, notwithstanding any other law or contractual provision to the contrary, this section shall apply in addition to any provision of value-added tax, Chapter 370A. Number 8, notwithstanding any to the contrary in any other law or contract, any value-added tax payable in respect of a conveyance or real property shall rank equally, open, pari passu, close bracket, with any real property tax levied on that property
and shall have priority over all security interests, proprietary rights and claims affecting the property. Number 9, in this section, A, consideration includes rent and mortgage money. B, conveyance means a supply of real property within the meaning of the Value Added Tax Act, Chapter 370A. C, controller of inland revenue has the same meaning assigned to it under the Value Added Tax, Chapter 370A. And D, real property has the meaning assigned to it under the Value Added Tax, Chapter 370A.
Mr. Chair, I think this was the point being raised by East Grand Bahama. East Grand Bahama, that I was aware of, and there's a good reason for it if he would reflect on it. The certainty of having to pay VAT and to pay stamp duty in the old days could become disastrous if you think the liability is one amount. And when the document is submitted, there's a valuation that ends up in a higher amount. And so the requirement to get the invoice makes it certain how much the VAT is so that everyone who now has an obligation knows what is the triggering event. And so that's the pretext of it. The execution of the smoothness of getting it, the execution is a different issue.
I guess because again, when particularly the member for St. Anne's raised this in terms of the timing of this, because if you have to pay VAT before the completion, what happens if it's never completed, or there's an issue with completing it? So I accept that has now been changed to in terms of invoice. But my question then would be, in terms of convenience, because I know, for example, getting the real property tax assessment number, lawyers have complained is an issue with getting that and the time period it takes to get that. So how long do you anticipate getting this invoice, and whether getting this invoice is now going to, cause matters to be delayed and, and so on?
What I would say is this. I would hope that since the incentive for doing this efficiently is to collect the tax efficiently, that should motivate the taxing authorities to act efficiently. But I am not in practice, but the people who are still in my firm in practice call complaining at times. And the fact of the matter is you pass the complaints on and they are addressed. And they're steadily addressed, hopefully.
Very often when you cure one mischief, you create another.
I know about that.
And we see it happening. In discussions with this, right, they introduced the invoice, and that would have been done probably 2 o'clock this morning, because when we left, that was the discussion we had. That's why I was saying it's not an invoice. But I now appreciate why the invoice, and I now appreciate the manner in which they have crafted the amendment to the Act. But I've emphasized that we have now created a situation where the Inland Revenue has to be responsive and proactive. And they'll have to set up a regime with India to be able to respond immediately to the requests for the invoice. No. I mean, people complain to me all the time. I received the complaints as well.
Okay. If the question could be put on the agreement to the amendment, Mr. Chairman. of Clause 3. Oh, sorry.
Once the invoice is issued, what happens when if a sale doesn't close? How does the IR receive a request for cancellation of the invoice to remove it from its records?
Amendment to clause.
Sale hasn't completed.
They'll accept that.
Yeah, now you're saying, yeah, no. So if we can have the question put on the amendment to Clause 3, Mr. Chairman.
The question is
It's
put,
been seconded.
a vote be put for the amendment of Clause 3.
Yeah, all in favor.
All in favor? All in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand.
I now move, Mr. Chairman, that Clause 4 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 4 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand.
What's next? Which one is next? Oh, I didn't do the entire bill. Oh, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
Public finance. Next, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2025. Mr. Chairman, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to 3 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clauses 2 to 3. The chair recognizes each Grand Bahama.
Just a quick question on this, particularly Clause 3, overpayment and recovery of public funds. The Public Finance Management Amendment Bill. So this seems to be a bit onerous in terms of we're seeking to understand the mischief that this is seeking to resolve, because if there was an overpayment, if the government overpaid somebody, there seems to have been existing mechanisms that the government would have been able to, there was nothing there the government could be able to.
Would be agreed, eh? That's the short title. Yeah. I'd move on.
Clause, you had the clause.
Clause 2 to 3.
Clause 2 to 3 is where we're at.
Yeah, but clause 2 to 3 be agreed.
It was moved and seconded that clause 2 to 3 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
Now, next, the Real Property Tax Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second. It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to 7 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clauses
2
to 7 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
Next, the International Person Landholding Amendment Bill. Oh, sorry. I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
Next, the International Persons Landholding Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed, stand. It is agreed.
Next, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clauses 2 to 3 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Public Finance Management Environmental Health Services Levy Special Fund Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
And I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to 8 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clauses 2 to 8 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
I now agree that it is moved and seconded. It's been this 8 hours, you know. It is moved. It is you read to the entirety of the bill, right? It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Immigration. You have a promising career as an auctioneer. The Immigration Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Seconded. It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 1, the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Oh, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wish to move an amendment to Clause 2, delete Section 49C and substitute the following, and I quote, 49C, offense to act as an authorized immigration consultant without a license. Subsection 1, a person who, without having a valid license issued under this Act, in any way acts as or claims to be an authorized immigration consultant under this Act, commits an offense and shall be liable on summary conviction to a fine of $5,000. Subsection 2. This section does not apply to A counsel or attorney admitted to practice under the Legal Professions Act when representing his client or employees. B, an entity regulated by the Central Bank of the Bahamas when representing its clients or employees. C, an entity regulated by the Insurance Commission of the Bahamas when representing its clients or employees. And D, an entity regulated by the Securities Commission of the Bahamas when representing its clients or employees, end quote.
Seconded. It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety as amended is agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
The Housing Amendment Bill 2025, I move that the long title, sorry?
Yes, yes, we did. We said as amended in its entirety has been agreed. Yes, sir.
The Housing Amendment Bill 2025, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
There's a movement to this. I move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
The chair recognizes South and Central Andros.
Okay.
The chair now recognizes the member of parliament for the chair now recognizes the member of parliament for Carmichael.
Mr. Chair, I move an amendment to Clause 2 of the bill by the amendment as follows. Delete 5A and substitute the following. 5A, the minister may use 100% of the interest earned in the previous year and 10% of the principal of the fund for housing development. This is 100%. This is the amendment. Yes. Yes. Where the minister determines that the interest is required for housing development.
Do we seconder? It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Industries Encouragement Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Environmental Health Services Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is now moved that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those who opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to 8 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clauses 2 to 8 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 2 to 5 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clauses 2 to 5 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Harbor Dues Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
The chair recognizes East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the caucus again met on this, and the question that we had was this increase seems, this increase applies only to suffrage wharfs. And my understanding of suffrage wharfs would be the private islands. And we just wanted to confirm that this only applies to those private islands.
Clause 2? Okay. I put the question for a vote for the amendment for Clause 2 to be amended. Sorry? No amendment for Clause, okay, I put a vote for Clause 2. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Port Authority's Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause, the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
The chair recognizes Member of Parliament for Elizabeth.
Following amendments. At clause 2 of the bill, delete the definition of seabed and substitute the following. Seabed means the body of land beneath the sea or other navigable waters. It's not navigational. Including seabed created through dredging or a similar process, and excluding land created or reclaimed through dredging or a similar process, except for canals and ponds. And clause 7.
Stop right there.
Just 2? Okay.
So stop there.
Seconder. It is moved and seconded that clause 2 be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clauses 3 to 6 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clauses 3 to 6 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause 7 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clause 7 of the bill. The chair recognizes Member of Parliament for Elizabeth.
Into clause 7, delete clause 7 and substitute the following. Insertion of new section 40B into the Principal Act. The Principal Act is amended by the insertion immediately after 40A of the following as a new section 40B. 40B, automatic identification system. 1, every foreign vessel 50 feet and over in length that is in Bahamian waters shall at all times A, be equipped with an automatic identification system, B, ensure that the automatic identification system is properly functioning, and C, ensure that the automatic identification system is turned on. 2, for the avoidance of doubt, subsection 1 applies whether the foreign vessel is A, docked in the Bahamas, B, traversing the waters of the Bahamas, or C, passing through the Bahamas. And 3, an owner of a foreign vessel or the master who contravenes subsection 1 that commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $1,000.
Seconder. It is moved and seconded that clause 7 be amended as read. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause 8 of the bill be agreed.
The chair recognizes the member for Elizabeth.
Move the following amendment to clause 8. Amend clause 8 by the deletion of subclause 8B of clause 41A and substitute the following. B, shall be subject to the prescribed fees which shall be collected by the port controller and paid into the consolidated fund.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that clause 8 be amended. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I move that clauses 9 to 11 of the bill be agreed.
It is now moved and seconded that clauses 9 to 11 be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety as amended be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Boat Registration Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that Clause 3 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Elizabeth.
Bring the following amendments to Clause 3 of the bill. At 4A, delete subsections 1 and 2 and substitute the following. 1, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary in this act, solicitation of guests in country for a charter under Section 4 is prohibited unless the charter originates when the vessel is in the Bahamas, and B, the charter is negotiated and contracted by a citizen of the Bahamas or by a company approved by the Port Authority and licensed under the Business License Act. And 2, notwithstanding anything in subsection 1, A, the charter of a vessel less than 55 feet in length shall not be negotiated or contracted for a duration less than 48 hours, and B, the charter of a vessel over 55 feet in length may be negotiated or contracted for a duration less than 48 hours.
Seconder.
Seconded.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 3 be amended. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
4 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that Clause 4 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
On clause, again, a question on clause 4. 16B seeks to give the power to impound a vessel. It is similar to what was recently passed in the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act. But the difficulty that we have is the provision in the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act, which has just been passed, gives the authority the ability to refund any funds paid back if they find that the person whose boat they impounded, there was no wrongdoing. So, for example, in Section 17, sub 5, where the authority is satisfied that the craft was not used in connection with the commission of an offense, or that no breach of the act occurred, the authority shall release the craft and waive all associated charges. So in essence, you get whatever money back. Again, and then subsection 7, if the court finds in favor of the owner, determines that no offense, the craft shall be released without penalty and all reasonable impounded charges shall be waived. There doesn't seem to be that same provision in the boat registration bill, where if you are found that there was no wrongdoing, then you will be able to get your money back. And so that was the question that we had, was why there's no provision in the Boat Registration Act that if you are ultimately found that there's no wrongdoing, then why would you not be able to get your money back or any fees waived and so on? Registration is not the fixed penalty one. The boat registration is under 16B, the power to impound vessels. And again, it's similar to the commercial recreation where you have the power to impound vessels. But there's a fee when you are impounding your vessel. So if the government impounds the vessel and there's a charge for that, you have to pay that charge. But ultimately, under the commercial recreational watercraft, if you are found not guilty or you are not guilty of any wrongdoing, then your money comes back to you because ultimately it was impounded and it was impounded for the wrong reason. So we are wondering why there's not a similar provision in the boat registration bill that says the same thing, that if there's no wrongdoing, then all those fees should be waived.
Point you make. I know there was an answer for it, but it escapes me at this time.
I can't see that in the act.
Yeah.
Online. That's in an act.
No, we have just amended this. Yeah.
Freetown?
We've agreed the amendment to.
Sorry? You're clause 4. I think you're at clause 4.
I now move that clause 4 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clause 4 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
And lastly, the maritime, that's the last one, huh? Oh, where the
Two supplementary.
Appropriations one. Yeah. I'm the last one.
Maritime.
The two
Maritime.
on the table today. Next, the Maritime Revenue Unit Bill 2025. Y'all oppose this, you say? Yeah.
The chair recognizes the member of parliament from Marco City.
Prime Minister, we are requesting and hoping we could get your concurrence to withdraw this particular bill unless there's a particular mischief that you're trying to solve that we're unaware of. And so we'd like to hear that first, and then we can make our comments afterwards, because there may be something legitimate that we have missed.
At the moment, there is this Maritime Revenue Unit that's operating from the office of the Ministry of Finance. All right, and we thought we ought to clothe it with a statutory and legislative framework to ensure that they'll appreciate what their roles are and what we expect of them. And this is a part of ensuring that revenue that is leaking out there in the maritime world, which is where we have found, and that's where we have found much leakage. So, for example, you take the seabed. We are discovering that marinas have expanded far beyond the original lease that was given to them for the purposes of creating that seabed, right? And we are trying to regularize all of that. That's part of the issues, right? The faux pas over moorings, etc. We're trying to put all that inside the framework of ensuring that there is a transparent and a legislative process to obtain these moorings. And the idea at the end of the day, perhaps, is to ensure that that is a government-run process or initiative, with the funds from it directed to the local governments in the area where those moorings might be. So we're just trying to clothe this what they're doing now by a legislative process, that you could know what their roles are and what they are intended to do. That is the purpose.
Chair recognizes Marshall City.
Yes. So, Prime Minister, just a few recommendations. Is it possible for us to have a round of consultation with the stakeholders with respect to what is being proposed now by the government? And we would like, as the opposition as well, having consulted with a number of those stakeholders, to also participate in those meetings. Obviously, the government gets to decide whether all of those players are in the room at the same. Yeah, well, there are a couple of concerns. Sure.
There is a maritime revenue unit operating as we speak, right? And by legislating it, they will have the cloth of legislative authority to proceed in what they're doing, quite apart from just acting from what I call an administrative point of view. Right? It is clearly transparent. I propose that we pass the bill, and again, as I said, it is just legislating an entity that's been working and action. In fact, it has proven to be quite effective in identifying the issues we have out there in the maritime affairs. Yeah, the goals are right there. Right, we have it. We have a at the moment, there is a multidisciplinary task force, right? But we want them to manage the maritime activities in the Bahamas. We want to increase efficiency, right, by combating certain tasks of the Ministry of Finance, law enforcement, and the port to be carried out by the Maritime Revenue Unit. They're doing it, but there's no, so that's what we legislate. And that is trying to revenue.
To the question raised, Prime Minister, by Angliston, so there are several concerns that exist. One of the concerns is that the bill comes across as if the government is now seeking to carry out a range of functions that the private sector is already carrying out. And I understand. And one of the assertions by the sector is that the government is not only is the government seeking to wrestle away some of the functions that they carry out, but that the government, I'll give you a couple of examples. But the government is also then using government manpower or human power in order to execute it. So yes. So for example, removing waste from vessels is a function that a number of those businesses presently carry out. And I understand that. The second is also in terms of providing the mooring service themselves, that the private sector is able to do that. Now,
you see, we are trying to regulate these things. right? And
Let me just lay out a few more things, Prime Minister.
okay.
We just have recently had an event that was, I mean, no doubt, I mean, embarrassing for the government and some private investors. One of the things that has been promised as a result of the mooring event in Exuma is an investigation was going to take place to determine how we arrived at the point where cancellation became necessary. That was one part of what was promised, right? Sorry, we're talking about the Exuma mooring. And one of the things you mentioned, Prime Minister, is we would look at how we can best protect the environment. That was one component you talked about. You thought quite effectively. The second was how to go about properly monetizing this, but monetizing it in a way that private actors can benefit, that government can benefit, and then there were other recommendations made that the sovereign can benefit in terms of family island development. That was one recommendation we had made, for example. What I'm recommending is that we pause on passing this evening. We undertake to have a discussion with all stakeholders who feel as if they are going to be negatively affected, some say decimated as a result of this, and you're able to move quite speedily to, again, you were about to explain to us the objectives of this unit. If you're explaining it to us in here, chances are there are many members of this sector who also do not understand what you're undertaking this evening. And I think out of the abundance of caution, to guard against the perception that this is a tidying up exercise for what occurred in Exuma, it would be good to have a public discussion on this matter before finalizing it. That would be the recommendation. It would, again, and do it with the industry stakeholders as the priority, Prime Minister.
The chair recognizes Kenyatta Ramki and Salvador.
And thank you for your interventions and your observations. All right. But
The microphone.
I'm not persuaded that we should not proceed today as we intended to. And we are open once the bill is passed to. We're not going to run rum-shot over anyone, but this is my considered view to ensure that I see when we start talking with private persons getting involved, the next thing, they can start talking with family, friends, and lovers, right? This is a regime we're going to set up where there will be the government is intending to manage the maritime activities, and at some point in time, we'll consider how the private sector is involved. But at the end of the day, the benefits of that maritime sector will be to inure to the benefit of the Bahamian people, and in particular the family islands, where most of these moorings, where most of these activities take place. You know, when I sat on the beach in Old Bight one night, and I saw these lights, about 100 lights out in the harbor, and I said, boy, what a it looked like Christmas. That was that night. When I woke up the next morning, and this is the beach I grew up on. When I woke up the next morning, I started to put my foot in the water, and I looked up again, and I saw those boats. I said, I wonder where they, if they flushed. They anchor there, and I'm about to go in the water to swim. I paused. Right now, there are some unique businesses that definitely could arise from what we intend to do, but we need to lay the foundation. We think we laid the proper foundation for that, right? And we intend to, of course, when we come to create rules, the act will allow the minister to make rules. That's when we can take all the views that everyone will have, and we could promulgate it by way of rules.
Two things. You'd asked the question just in terms of the various types of businesses. So I named several of those businesses, which I think you're fully aware are already operating. The act of the government now moving into this space in a coordinated way, using agencies whose primary mandate is unrelated to these core functions that they would carry out. Can they do them? Yes. However, it takes them away from the primary job, and I'm looking at all of the members of this particular group. The government itself does not have ultimately the capacity to, again, put down, fully police the moorings, but more so to put them down, to handle the full protection of the seabed. Invariably, what the government is going to do is enter into public-private partnerships in order to manage all of this. That's ultimately what's going to happen. It's not going to be a government function, because, again, philosophically, that's going to be a problem. Sorry? Because I would presume, Prime Minister, that we are interested as policymakers in empowering private sector to carry out this work in a responsible way, and we provide oversight to make sure no damage is done to the environment, but also that we make the kind of money that we wish to make as a country. Private sector makes their portion of the funds, and then the government gets its portion of the fund. And again, Prime Minister, I think it benefits you, because I think your present unit, if I may be incorrect, but I think your present unit may be led by one of the very persons that's tangentially associated with the recent debacle in Exoma. It doesn't lend itself. Who heads the unit presently in OPM? Let me ask. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that.
Excuse me.
Let me rephrase it. I think. Sorry.
The Bertram Bolag of the Royal Bahamas Defense Force.
Excuse me.
So, Prime Minister,
members.
Yeah. Sorry. No, I said I think, I don't know, and so yes, of course I withdraw. No problems. Thank you very much for clarifying it. So, Prime Minister, in light of the sensitivity. In light of the sensitivity of this matter, you have just two things. Just permit me to complete it. No problems. So one is you have an opportunity in the very short term. Free down. If you just give me an opportunity, I ain't gonna be long. Just give me. Yeah, I like the two figures up like that. But so, Prime Minister, in light of the fact that this can happen fairly quickly, it would be good. It would be good to have the consultation. Have the consultation with the stakeholders, one, and then two, again, allay any concerns, unwarranted fears that this is merely a tidying up exercise that will cause the government or allow the government to facilitate any special interest group. You have a discussion, you lay out the plan, the objectives of this unit, and then you proceed from that point. That would be our recommendation, that it's withdrawn and you have the consultation.
Thank you very much, Marco City. The chair recognizes the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rumkeens, and Salvador.
You know, I was feeling really encouraged by the manner in which the exchanges were occurring. But every now and then, it's like having a barrel of good apples and then a bad one is dropped in. I thought you are now causing me to think that this genuine concern about the bill is not truly genuine, because you're dropping these theories about sensitivity. What's sensitive about this? About concern about some controversy. I'm not concerned about that. I'm an open book, Right? If I find wrongdoing, I deal with it. This is not about to cover up anything. This is to be transparent. Yes, I will take the advice that you think I should have, And in regulations, when we're promulgating regulations, I'll take into account any views that any stakeholder and/or yourselves may have to assist in the drafting of those rules. Mr.
Thank you. I believe all of the issues have been thoroughly ventilated, and I now ask Freetown to proceed.
We did the short title already. I move now that clause 2 to 9 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clause 2 to 9 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed. The bill in its entirety.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next
It is agreed.
Oh,
It's
you
agreed.
voted
Yeah,
against
it's,
it. They voted against it.
Yeah, they voted against it.
That's fine.
No.
The Next, the supplementary appropriation revenue account expenses 2024-2025, Bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Yeah. I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move, I did clause 2 and 3. I now move that the schedule of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Next, the supplementary appropriation capital development 2024-2025 bill 2025. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
And I move that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that clause 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
Yeah. You want me to draft it? I'll just write the instruction for it. I now move that clause 2 and 3.
We did that. We did that. The bill is in its entirety.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed. I didn't do the schedule. I now move that the.
We started with the schedule.
I now move that the schedule to the bill be.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said the schedule. Sorry.
Yeah.
We now move that the schedule of the bill be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It is moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. Those in favor remain seated. Those opposed stand. It is agreed.
That's it. That's it. I now move that the House to resume with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
It is moved and seconded that the Deputy Speaker does take the chair. All in favor? Remain seated. All opposed stand. The Deputy Speaker will now take the chair. Guys.
I won't be as fast as Mount Moriah, but I won't be as fast as you. Okay. Honorable members, the chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bills, making several amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
So Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the following bills. Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2025-2026 Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2025-2026 Bill 2025. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2025 and ending 30th of June 2026.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2025-2026 Bill 2025, Act 2025. For the third reading of bills.
So Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the following bill, Appropriation Capital Development 2025-2026 Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Appropriation Capital Development 2025-2026 Bill 2025. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $376,325,253 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for the capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2026.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be Appropriation Capital Development 2025-2026 Bill 2025 Act. You don't have the act on here. For the third reading of bills.
So Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Business License Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025.
Seconded.
Conveyancing law, you read this. Conveyancing Law and Property Amendment Act 2025, not this. When you stand, it has been moved and seconded. You say bill.
What's the bill? Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Business License Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Business License Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Business License Amendment Number 2 Act 2025. For the third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of
Which one? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gate.
Mr. Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Statute of Frauds Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Statute of Frauds Amendment Bill 2025.
As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Statute of Frauds Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the bill for an act to amend the Statute of Fraud Act. Further third readings?
So Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Customs Management Amendment Bill 2025.
Which one? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Customs Management Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act. Further third readings?
So Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Tariff Amendment Bill 2025.
Seconded.
With much fervor.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Tariffs Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be a bill for an act to amend the Tariff Act. Further third readings?
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Stamp Amendment Bill 2025.
Give me. I need one. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. I need a bill. The Stamp Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act. Further third reading?
I move for the third reading and passing of the Value Added Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Value Added Tax Amendment Number 2 Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Yeah, that's what you need to order. Yeah. Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore to be the Value Added Tax Amendment Number 2 Act 2025. Further third readings?
Deputy Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Tax Appeal Commission Amendment Bill 2025.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Tax Appeal Commission Amendment Bill 2025. Order, as many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Tax Appeal Commission Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings?
I move for the third reading and passing of the Excise Amendment Bill 2025.
Seconded.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Excise Amendment Bill 2025. Excise Amendment Bill 2025. It's a Jim. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Excise Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Excise Amendment Act 2025.
Further third readings?
So Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Business Development Incentives Program Bill 2025.
It is being moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Business Development Incentives Program Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to establish a business development incentive programs to provide financial incentives to eligible licensees for the purposes of encouraging and supporting investment activities that contribute to the economic well-being of the Bahamas, to enhance the global competitiveness of the Bahamas as a business hub and a source of goods and services, and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Business Development Incentives Program Act. Further third readings?
The Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Property, Execution of Deeds and Documents Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. The Property, Execution of Deeds and Documents Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Property, Execution of Deeds and Documents Act 2020.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Property Execution of Deeds, Documents, Amendments Act 2025. Further third reading of bills?
I move for the third reading and passing of the Conveyancing and Law of Property Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Conveyancing and Law of Property Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Noted. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Conveyancing and Law of Property Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be Conveyancing and Law of Property Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings?
Move for the third reading and passing of the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2025.
It is being moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. The Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Public Finance Management Amendment Act 2025. Further third reading?
I move for the third reading and passing of the Real Property Tax Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The Real Property Tax Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, Chapter 375.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Real Property Tax Amendment Act 2025. Further third reading?
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the International Persons Landholding Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. The International Persons Landholding Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the International Persons Landholding Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the International Persons Landholding Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings?
I move for the third reading and passing of the Public Finance Management Environmental Health Services Levy Special Fund Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed.
the Public Finance Management Environmental Health Services Levy Special Fund Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to establish a fund for the deposit of revenue derived from environmental health services fees, levies, and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Public Finance Management Environmental Health Services Levy Special Fund Act 2025. Further third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Immigration Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass the Immigration Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Immigration Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Housing Amendment Bill 2025.
Seconded. It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass the Housing Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Housing Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Housing Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Industries Encouragement Amendment Bill 2025.
Seconded. It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass Industries Encouragement Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Industries Encouragement Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Industries Encouragement Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Environmental Health Services Amendment Bill 2025.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass the Environmental Health Services Amendment Bill 2025. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Environmental Health Services Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Environmental Health Services Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Commercial Recreational Watercraft Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings.
I move for the third reading and passing of the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Amendment Act 2025. Further third reading.
So Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Harbor Dues Amendment Bill 2025.
Seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass the Harbor Dues Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Harbor Dues Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Harbor Dues Amendment Act 2025. Further third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Port Authorities Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. As many as are in favor will the Port Authorities Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Port Authorities Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Port Authorities Amendments Act 2025. For the third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Boat Registration Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass, the Boat Registration Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Boat Registration Amendment Act 2025. For the third readings.
I move for the third reading and passing of the Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass, the Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Central Bank of the Bahamas Amendment Act 2025. For the third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Maritime Revenue Unit Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass, the Maritime Revenue Unit Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Noted. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to establish a Maritime Revenue Unit to provide for the collection of fees and revenue to enhance multidisciplinary coordination and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Maritime Revenue Unit Act 2025. For the third readings.
Deputy, I move for the third reading and passing of the Supplementary Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2024-25 Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass, the Supplementary Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2024-2025 Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2024 and ending the 30th of June 2025.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Supplementary Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2024-2025 Act 2025. For the third readings.
Deputy Speaker, I move for the third reading and passing of the Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development 2024-2025 Bill 2025.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass, the Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development 2024-2025 Bill 2025. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2024 and ending the 30th of June 2025.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be the Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development 2024-2025 Act 2025. For the third readings.
No further third readings, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Golden Gates. Order that the clerk to now take these bills passed by this House today to the Honourable Senate for their concurrence. Consideration of Senate amendments. Resolutions. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Deputy Speaker, I move for the passing of a resolution, which I would read. It was read in the records when notice was given of it. So I'll just read the salient parts for the record. Whereas Article 129(1) of the Constitution requires the Minister of Finance, before the end of each financial year, to cause to be prepared annual estimates of revenue and expenditure of public services during the succeeding financial year, which shall be laid before the House of Assembly, and which estimates have been laid before the House of Assembly. And whereas it is not necessary to undertake additional borrowings given the surplus of revenue over expenditure outlined in the 2025-2026 estimates of revenue and expenditure, which have been laid before the House of Assembly. Now therefore be it resolved that this House authorize the Minister of Finance to borrow such amounts as may be necessary to refinance or reschedule existing public debt, or to manage the government's cash position in such currency as the Minister may determine, subject to provisions that the total sum borrowed under paragraphs A and C does not exceed the amounts required to refinance or reschedule existing public debt. If I could obtain a second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following resolution be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The resolution is agreed. Further resolutions? Oh, no further resolutions. Oh, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
No further.
Thank you, honorable member. Mr. Forbes. Yeah. Okay. No member statement. Appointments of select committees. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
I renew all notices in the name of the government.
Sinans.
Renew all notices in the name of the opposition.
Thank you, honorable member. Adjournment.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the House on its rising do stand adjourned to Wednesday, the 2nd of July at 10 a.m.
It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, the 2nd of July at 10 a.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Final adjournment.
I now move that the House do adjourn to Wednesday, the 2nd of July at 10 a.m.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn at as many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday the 2nd at 10 a.m.
Hallelujah.